What's up guys, and welcome back to another showcase of brand new survival horror titles. 4 words that I truly never thought I'd be able to use in that order ever again. If you're new to this whole deal, the idea here is to give you guys a quick look at the current crop of what I like to call RE clones. And counterintuitively, not every game in this video is going to play exactly like a Resident Evil title, but each one is going to have significant elements that could be traced back to one, or at the very least, one of the games that RE inspired. Now I know the term clone can have some negative associations, but I promise it's just a blanket phrase to ensure we're all on the same page. And you know, it does make for a snappy little title. Alright, so now that we're all caught up, what do you say we check out what I think is the most interesting and exciting collection I put together so far? What's up everyone, I'm Jared and this is Avalanche Reviews. Alright, so I'm gonna have to work fast with this one because it was an incredibly short demo that left me with only a few precious minutes of footage. And with that in mind, Aether Singularity is basically the answer to the question, what if Squaresoft decided to make a survival horror inspired game in the late 90s, but it wasn't Parasite Eve? I mean, look at this thing. It screams late stage PS1 graphics and the character designs are just wholesomely nostalgic. Look at this face. This is something akin to what we'd see in a game like Vagrant's Story. Which means these guys obviously know full well how to recreate a very specific era of disc-based console graphics, and I am all here for it. The demons you come up against carry over the same exact aptitude. They look relatively simplistic, maybe a little less complex than what you might find in Parasite Eve, but stylistically resemble more an enemy from FF7 with their mostly untextured colored polygons. Alright, listen, I don't have time to really get into it, but let's just say this is the best looking game in terms of style that I've ever seen chase that PS1 aesthetic. I mean, from the 3D models and fixed camera angles to the character portraits, this thing just oozes late 90s Japanese game dev. But enough gloating over graphics. The story is a kind of what-if scenario that has the internet being discovered in 1969, only it's essentially what sci-fi writers of the era would have assumed it was. A global network that allowed demons to enter into the real world and wreak havoc. So the FBI starts a team called Data that works with friendly demons to take out the hostile ones. It's a story that I and other SMT fans are already gonna love, and the brief glimpse that I got through this demo has me drooling for more. Oh, and a big shout out to the glitch that had my main character Leo stuck in the reload position for the last 2 cutscenes. Gameplay-wise, you wander around using tank controls and my beloved fixed camera angles while getting into non-random encounters. The combat, to me at least, feels very familiar despite me never really playing anything like this before. Maybe it's the Parasite Eve-like perspective it's rocking, but regardless, you've got a gun and magic spells, so what more do you need to know? You build up meter for your spells by landing regular hits, and while dodging attacks can be hard work with tank controls, you're given a cool little preview of where incoming attacks will be coming from and what direction they'll be headed in. You've also got this dodge move that'll shoot you back a few steps in whatever direction you want. It's honestly a simple system, but it works incredibly well, and like the story, I really can't wait to see what else it might have in store for me with the finished game. Speaking of which, you can plow through this demo in maybe 10 or 15 minutes, which is disappointing because I wanted way more than that, but you can also unlock a cool VR mission looking challenge mode that'll give you maybe another 10 minutes or so to mess with the combat. To put this very bluntly, this is the most excited I have been for a game release since I started this series. I don't know if it's the look, the gameplay, or the general late 90s Squaresoft aura it's emanating, but I am positively wild about being able to play this as a full release. My one and only criticism is that the developers are only planning on making the finished product a 30 to 60 minute affair, and I can already tell you I'm gonna want to play this game way more than that. Honestly, I don't really know what this kind of title can be called. I mean, it has elements of survival horror in it, but it's definitely not that, while at the same time, it feels equally like and not like an RPG. Regardless, I do know one thing. I want more of whatever this is. Right up front, I'm going to go ahead and admit that Raging Bytes by Hitpoint isn't even in the same zip code as the survival horror genre in any functional way, and neither is it anywhere near Resident Evil in terms of gameplay. It is, however, a retro-inspired 2D turn-based RPG set in a zombie apocalypse, and I'll be damned if I'm not going to mention something that unbelievably cool here in this series. And besides, it's very obviously inspired by all the same zombie movies that Resident Evil was an homage to, so I'm sure we can make some kind of a flimsy video essay tier argument here. Somehow adding another layer of coolness though, I actually came across the demo for this game at Tokyo Game Show when I first moved to Japan. Its Japanese title was a very interesting Zombie of the Dot, and I remember keeping footage of me playing it around because I wanted to remember to check up on it periodically. And well, I didn't. Or at least I didn't right up until about a week ago when my buddy Doug from South Florida texted me that he had just pre-ordered a game that I might get into, and there it was. That zombie title I was supposed to remember, and as a lucky break, it had been out on Steam for about a year now. And after putting a meager 4 hours into it, I can tell you right now, I have fallen in love with it. Now, interestingly, the game starts out with a pretty serious story, which was surprising because its cutesy demeanor had me expecting more of a comical satire. The intro uses a nice little family interaction as an exposition device to let us all know that the country is currently wrapped up in the drama of what's called the Saturn Project, which unintuitively is a mission to bring back materials from the moon and not Saturn. It was apparently a success though, and its crew has been suspiciously hidden away from the media while they quote-unquote rest. From there, we're taken to a reporter on her day off as she finds out about the outbreak of a newly discovered disease. Suddenly, a friend of hers bursts in and lets her know that people are turning into zombies all over the city and they need to get the hell out of there. Then we jump to a few weeks after those events to a cop named Ben who was hit by a car and has been in a coma for exactly 28 days. Yeah, I should probably go ahead and point out that nearly every line of dialogue in this game is going to contain some sort of homage to zombie media up to and including our main characters' names. Like I said earlier though, the game actually plays a lot of this straight. It does dip into comedy at times, but for the most part, the drama of people trying to survive a zombie apocalypse, distrust, lawlessness, and looters is treated relatively seriously. There is, of course, a certain level of camp included, and it can be very derivative, but I mean, what are you gonna do? These are chibi sprites acting out these dramatic events. That is kind of to be expected. And besides, if you are inspired by zombie movies, you are, to some degree, inspired by campiness inherently. Heading into the gameplay though, we've got something incredibly interesting going on. As you navigate the zombie-filled streets of major cities or the interiors of infested buildings, you're obviously going to come up against hordes of the undead, and like any Z-flick worth its weight in gore, the age-old rule of weak individually but strong in groups applies here. Coming into contact with one of these things will trigger a turn-based encounter where the name of the game is efficient use of those turns. The opposing zombie will be some distance away from you and they'll have to use a number of their turns to actually get close enough to strike. So you're obviously going to want to use long-range attacks until they get in your face enough to utilize melee options, but there's a twist. You're going to want to conserve ammunition as much as possible. You will eventually come across things like throwing knives, which will keep you from digging into your precious bullets, but until then our guy Ben has a special ability that'll let him throw rocks for long-range damage. But more interestingly, B, once the zombie does get in close, using a melee weapon against them and not dealing a lethal blow will actually result in a bit of damage splashback on the attacking party member. Each weapon is going to offer differing levels of resulting player damage and knockback, but the general idea is to weaken a deadhead enough so that when they do get in your face, your melee strike kills them, which will negate any splashback damage. At first, when you only have one or two party members and haven't come across the real good weapons yet, this can be a very simple and admittedly repetitive system, but once you do add to both your roster of characters and weapons, it becomes a really strategy-heavy affair. Dealing with groups is going to have you prioritizing enemies based on how close they're getting or whether or not they have the ability to attack you from long range, and the guns you start coming across will get more interesting mechanics like using different ammo types or attacking more than one bad guy randomly. It's an RPG combat system that I started off just sort of liking but eventually grew to love once it started to hit its stride. And there's a pretty cool mechanic tied to the act of starting one of these fights too. As you run around aggroing zombies, they'll obviously give chase. The ones that are aware of your presence will have an exclamation mark over their heads, and if you get into an encounter at this point, any zombie that knows you're there will show up for the fight. So a good method is sneaking around, taking out single Zeds without alerting the ones around them. And in the spirit of survival horror, just running around like a madman and avoiding combat altogether is an available strat most of the time. To encourage exploration off the beaten path, you'll get rewards for examining the environment and fallen zombies, so sometimes it's worth the effort to blow through a tough area just to see if there's a pile of bullets in it for you. Being totally honest, this is not the most difficult game in the world, mostly thanks to the fact that you can use healing items without using up a turn, and those things are given out like candy. But as you start coming across stronger zombies and bigger groups, just avoiding damage and efficiently using resources becomes its own sort of difficulty. And speaking of which, it would be very difficult to not comment on how beautiful this game looks. The sprite art for characters is almost necessarily simplistic given the style they're chasing, but there's a good amount of detail in there as well. Outside of that though, your environment is what really steals the show. They populate each area with all kinds of little details that you'd want to see in a spot recently flooded by the living dead. There's blood all over the place, human body parts scattered around, and evidence that people made efforts to keep the zombies out. And just look at the beauty that is this inventory screen. I mean, damn, actual real-life perfection. In battle, you can tell the zombie sprites are actually several different sprites being animated individually, which is a really cool effect and allows for movement that's a little more dynamic than what would normally be possible. And this might only matter to me, but we finally get to see a developer fully commit to the low-res 2D look by actually using a sprite sheet for its fonts, meaning its words look just as sharp as the graphics around them and are subject to the same type of scaling. I do, however, have a few complaints though. This weird filter that they apply to the screen when you're not in battle only serves to soften the picture, and the weird attempt at a chromatic aberration with this pink shadow doesn't work very well in my opinion. And since we are complaining, it would be nice if there was an option in battle to just burn one of your turns. For example, early in the game, Ben's going to be throwing rocks almost exclusively, and if you want to conserve ammo, you won't be shooting with Barbara. So instead, you'll have to just heal someone that probably doesn't need it to end her turn without using an item or taking a shot. I think an end turn button would do a lot to make this game feel a little more polished. And finally, you have the ability to save at any time, anywhere, on top of the pretty zealous system of autosaves for every time you get an item or reach a checkpoint. What I'm trying to say is, it would be nice if the stakes were a little higher for failure. That way the game wouldn't feel quite so easy. I mean, I know they weren't going for a survival horror feel, but a bit of challenge can help an RPG just as much as a Resident Evil game. Aside from those dumb complaints though, this is one of my favorite games I played this year. It's just such a killer idea, and it's executed with what I would call tactical precision. As a guy who appreciates zombie movies and JRPGs as much as I do, it's awesome to see those two worlds coming together so smoothly. It's essentially a George Romero version of Final Fantasy, and the fact that I could say something like that even exists gets me all giddy inside, which very well may be the first time I've ever in my life referred to myself as being giddy. And to be totally honest, this is exactly what I was hoping Resident Evil Gaiden on the Game Boy Color would have been. But Capcom's missed opportunities aside, Raging Bytes is wildly fun and an absolute joy to play through. It's only $20 on Steam, and with the value I've already gotten out of it, I can recommend paying that a few times over. Whatever you do, please, try this game out. Becrowned from 13th Street Studios is yet another project I've been watching very closely on social media. I'm not really sure I'd seen more than a few still images and some concept stuff in motion before actually playing it, but it looked to me like the kind of game that I assume you guys would really get a kick out of. And in some kind of a lucky twist of fate, as I started work on this video, its developer announced on Twitter that a demo would be coming out right about when you'll be hearing these words. So I opened up my DMs at light speed to see if I could potentially get an early look at it, and the guy had already messaged me with that exact offer thanks to a mutual buddy passing my name along. So if you are indeed watching this and still conscious, head over to Becrowned's Steam page and snag its newly released free demo. Before we even get into specifics, I can already say that I really recommend it. Story-wise, at least as far as this demo is concerned, I can't really tell you that there's a whole picture represented here, only glimpses of one, and it seems to be following a more psychological thriller type of direction, which is a personal favorite. Your main character essentially wakes up in an elevator and ends up in an asylum. As you explore, it seems like his war vet father spent a good bit of time in this place or somewhere like it, and he understandably wasn't exactly happy about that. Outside of that, there seems to be a lot of religious or religion-adjacent iconography, which goes along very nicely with the overwhelmingly Silent Hill-feeling influences everywhere else. The design of the environment is both recognizably normal and disturbing, and I love it both functionally and visually. It's less of that Resident Evil style of depicting a contemporary place just after an apocalyptic event, and more like a Silent Hill style environment, which is like a modern location that's been smashed together with some unearthly Hellraiser dimension. At first, I started playing the demo with the controller, but I could only use my DualSense's analog sticks for movement, which never feels good with tank controls. On top of that, I wasn't able to find any button that would let me run, so the first maybe 20 minutes of footage that I captured was me just sort of walking around. Eventually, I decided to try the keyboard and mouse controls since they are sort of recommended when you start the game, and I would say this is probably the best way to play the demo. I know it might seem kind of weird at first to use tank controls on a keyboard, but oddly enough, they feel really natural there. And I can actually run with this setup, which was an appreciated improvement. Now, to be totally fair, I didn't test out an Xbox controller, and it does seem like a lot of indie devs tend to target that specific hardware when they include controller support, so there is a chance I just picked the wrong brand, but either way, I'd still go with the keyboard controls if I were you. And on a somewhat related note, Becrowned's camera also looks to SH when it comes to operation, and I would say it works great like 90% of the time. If you end up fighting somewhere limited like a hallway, the camera's set just a little too low, which allows your character to block your view of what the enemy's up to, and it makes for some really bad depth perception. I feel like this would be a pretty easily remedied issue with just a slight adjustment, like having the camera lift up and focus over a certain shoulder when the ready button's held down. On that same note, during the demo's boss fight, I found that I had a hard time getting the camera to actually look at the guy I was trying to shoot, which was a pretty big issue because I would need to hit him once and then get out of the way of his counterattack. Otherwise, I think the camera does a really good job during the moment-to-moment exploration, which, to be honest, is going to take up the majority of your playtime. I've always been a big fan of this kind of Silent Hill-style dynamic camera system, and even though I can admit it's probably not the most effective from a purely gameplay-driven sense, it's always made exploration look really sharp. Speaking of which, while exploring the asylum, you can expect your average survival horror game beats, item hunting, exploration, and puzzle solving, and I can assure you all of them feel very refined. But since the game is definitely trying to occupy more of that Silent Hill side of the spectrum, you're not going to have to worry about item conservation, inventory management, or limited saves. I'd say combat is probably the least polished feature in the demo, but it's still not what I would call bad. Enemy animations make it fairly easy to read when they're getting an attack ready, which makes it easy enough to get out of the way, especially when you're in an area that allows you to circle around them. That being said, I think your character's attack animations with melee weapons can be a little tight and stilted. It sort of feels like he should be extending his arms or moving a little bit more, so it looks more like a swing and less like a tiny little poke. Guns work just about as well as you might expect, with the only issue that I found being that I couldn't seem to reload them either inside or outside of the menu unless I just ran out of ammo and hit the fire button again. This being the type of game it is though, I of course attempted to conserve ammo by running away from more than a few fights, and I'm happy to report back that that is a viable strategy here. I'd say the puzzles were satisfyingly difficult, but not so hard that you'd need to look for a guide or anything. Most solutions can be found either somewhere in your notes or in your environment, so if you're already used to playing survival horror games, you're going to have no issues with these. All in all though, the game's most striking feature as far as I'm concerned is its presentation. Most indie games nowadays are targeting specific console video output like a PS1 or 2, but it feels like Becrowned is going for a more generalized, low-res look. If anything, it kind of feels like a PC port of a console game played on a much higher-end display than it was meant to run on. The developer seems to have an affinity for a low bit depth, which means you're going to see a lot of color banding, which is something I didn't know I had nostalgia for until I saw it here. And the lights are getting a lot of attention too, with these very cool-looking coronas and halos interacting nicely with the low internal resolution. On top of that, there are some parts of the environment that are genuinely pitch black, and seeing the flashlight only just barely illuminate these creepy-ass locations is a very cool effect. The only artifacting that I would say doesn't come across as a purposeful effect is your main character's shirt. It seems like the low resolution and the static effect is making it seem smooth in some areas and textured in others, which is something I couldn't stop looking at. Aside from that though, this thing is a visual smoke show. Really great designs that are both cool to look at and carry over that Silent Hill trait of seeming like there's some deeper philosophical meaning to the stuff you're seeing. I'm really liking this new switch from Resident Evil clones to SH clones, and like I said before, this is a demo you're definitely going to want to check out. It feels unique as hell in this current crop of indie horror games and offers up that psychological terror that we don't get to see all that often. And besides that, there's something to be said for the dedication its developer is already showing. There were a few bugs that I came across while getting footage, and after I mentioned them to him, they were patched out almost immediately. So if you do run into any issues, I would imagine they've got a very good chance of being addressed pretty fast. And since all of us here on the internet are rightly prone to calling out devs for bad practices, it only seems fair that we do the same when the opposite's going on.
Only a few brave souls dare to take back their city. Dinner time.
Alright, so I assume we all know about Dino Crisis. You know, Resident Evil mixed with Jurassic Park and just a pinch of, that's disgusting. It's a series that wasn't exactly popular, but was well loved and sort of blew its brains out in the form of its third entry, to the point where Capcom doesn't want anything to do with it anymore. And you know, you can call Capcom a lot of names, but inconsistent is not one of them. You give them an opportunity to make the right decision, and they won't do it every single time, guaranteed. Which means there's a whole lot of people looking for that specific combination of dinosaurs and survival horror, and they certainly aren't getting it from any of the more AAA sources. So like we always do in this kind of scenario, we look to the independent game scene for our fix, and we find Dino Break, a survival horror title developed by Dead Drop Studios. After starting the game up, we get a nice little nostalgic content warning still screen and an absolutely staggering amount of options. But after navigating the multiple choice quiz necessary for beginning a new game, we're met with a text crawl explaining that scientists were looking to cure a bunch of diseases but instead brought the dinosaurs back. Which, to be honest, is an understandable mix-up, all things considered. And I think most people are probably going to have a decent idea of what we're about to come up against when first hearing what I have to assume is a story written by someone not very familiar with the English language.
None the wiser to what would wait for them the next morning. Eggs.
But on the plus side, none of this is really all that important. All you really need to know is that you're this girl, and your goal is to play as much of this game as you can physically stand. Pretty negative right off the bat, I know, but in my defense, I didn't really have the best first impression with Dino Break. While navigating the wildly dense set of options for starting a new game, I must have missed this one right here, and for a good long while I was playing an over-the-shoulder shooter with some of the worst controls I've ever experienced. And you know, it's hard to get stuff like this across in a non-interactive medium like a video, but there's almost too much wrong here for me to even know where to start. When you begin moving, there's some kind of momentum involved, so you aren't going to be taking off very quickly, and the default dual stick method just felt awful to me. I played a good portion of the game this way until in a fight I accidentally pressed in the right thumbstick and found out the game supports several perspectives. So with this new information under my belt, I started a new game with the fixed camera and tank controls that I would imagine was the developer intended way to play. And in fairness, it definitely felt much better. I mean, it didn't outright get rid of all the jank, and the whole momentum thing was still annoying as hell, but the game felt much more polished, at least by comparison. Everything from aiming my weapon to navigation was much smoother and felt like something approaching a finished product. It was actually kind of interesting because at first I flat out hated this game. It felt frustratingly poorly made and incredibly inconsistent, but after starting the game in what I can only call survival horror mode, it seemed to flow much better for me. I mean, honestly, 85% of the bad stuff was still there, but I found the act of getting from one place to another and item hunting to be much more enjoyable. Like I was hinting at before, it's still not what I would call a good game, but it was a very noticeable improvement. As you explore the city in the way the good Lord intended, that being with fixed camera positions, the game introduces these dino eggs as a mechanic where if you shoot or touch one, an enemy will come flying out, which is actually a kind of nice touch, if not a bit annoying when you use the handgun with a piercing effect. When one of these eggs do burst open, or you just run into a dinosaur in the street, you're going to have to engage in some pretty stereotypical survival horror combat, which means holding a shoulder button and using another one to fire, and I would say a good majority of my issues lie here. Now, I haven't fully gotten this thing figured out yet, but it seems like your first shot will almost always down the enemy temporarily, so you might think after it gets up that the next time it goes to the ground it's actually dead, but oh how stupid you would be. These guys can hit the ground 4 or more times after this and still get back up again, so the main strat of choice is to keep shooting until blood stops coming out of their body. Oh, and they will always stand back up for a second to execute their death animation, so you're going to want to look out for that to keep from wasting too much ammo. Once you nail that down, fights can be a little less punishing, but it's still miles away from feeling good. Sometimes your shots will keep a dino from attacking when it's in range, or sometimes they'll just tank your hits and deliver an attack as you're removing their face with bullets. Oh, and it seems randomly regular enemies can just poison you, which is about as fun as a poison mechanic has ever been in any game. Now on the plus side, Dino Break is nice enough to keep you filled to the brim with healing items and ammo, so things definitely could be worse, but I was just never able to get this thing to feel good in my hands. And continuing down this long road of complaints, the voice acting in the intro is actually some of the best you'll come across, as the rest sounds like this.
Someone welded the entire thing shut.
Well, we can't head back up to the street. Those creatures are everywhere.
We're beyond fucked.
Now, when I really think about it, I guess I'm not totally against the idea of using AI for voiceovers in games with such a low budget or realistically none at all, but I can definitely tell you we're not at a point where it sounds good enough to warrant not just asking some of the developers to provide voices for the game, or hell, even voice actors who are looking to get a name in the scene and offering free work. I mean, I don't really know if that's a thing, but it sounds like it would be. I think you guys can tell that Dino Break annoyed the absolute hell out of me, and it's very clear that the game's other perspectives were added in after it had been optimized for a fixed one, so both the first and third person modes feel wildly nasty. And I'm saying all of this because, and I understand if you don't believe me, but at some point I did start feeling something approximating enjoyment. I mean, before I continue, it is important to say that this game feels about as close to unfinished as you can get without actually not finishing your game, but I'll be damned if it didn't have at least a bit of charm to it. After restarting for the second time because I got to this part right here and had no way of getting past it, I found the exploration and key hunting to be relatively intuitive. The layout of the streets and tunnels were fairly well done, and at the risk of praising these guys, they were able to stuff in an absolute buttload of familiar genre mechanics. I mean, we've got this weapon durability system that requires guns to be sporadically tuned up to keep them from breaking. Then there's gunpowder mixing, weapon upgrades, the ability to drop items where you're standing and pick them back up again, which is useful as all hell when you need to mix an herb but are rocking a full inventory. And you know, I'll admit the soundtrack is surprisingly appropriate as well. There really is a lot here, and I think in better hands, this could have easily been something much more professional feeling. As it stands though, I can't really in good conscience recommend anyone check out Dino Break. I mean, I did start to have fun with it, and the puzzles were honestly fairly good, the few that I came across, but the entire time I was fighting against the game to enjoy it, and I would imagine I wouldn't have gotten to that point if I wasn't looking to capture a lot of footage because I planned on complaining about this thing for a very long time. But as I was doing research for this script, I found out that Dino Break is actually part of some indie dev extended universe. There's a pretty surprising number of titles in this Outbreak series, and since Dino Break did supply the tiniest molecule of fun for me, I decided to dive into this library and see what else they had to offer. I knew it was likely to be a bad idea, but you never know. Maybe Dino Break was a one-off and I was actually missing out on some sleeper survival horror dynasty. I mean, we both know that that's not the case, but hey, you got anything better to do? Yeah, neither do I, so let's dive in. I first started out with what seems to be the progenitor to all this, the original Outbreak, a game that had my interest at first, but as I started it, I quickly got the feeling that it was made with multiplayer more in mind than survival horror. And in the game's defense, once I was able to navigate the incredibly unintuitive menus to actually get a single-player campaign going, it did kind of resemble a survival horror game if you looked at it the right way. To be totally honest though, I think I played Newgrounds era Flash titles that handled the genre just about as well. This was a game that I didn't exactly hate, but its awkward controls, RPG Maker sort of look, and lack of anything that really grabbed me made me quit out as soon as I died first. Now maybe it's a different story when you've got a few friends together for one of its multiplayer scenarios, but as far as I'm concerned, there just wasn't enough here to keep me playing apart from a kind of cool looking flashlight effect.
Thank goodness. You're awake. We could really use some help.
Continuing down the rabbit hole that is Dead Drop Studios' library, I found an almost yearly release roster, all of which seemingly get built off of a shared pool of ideas and assets. After the first Outbreak came Outbreak the New Nightmare, which kept the multiplayer focus of the original top-down entry, so I decided to skip that one, which led me to Outbreak Nightmare Chronicles, something that looked more like it was up my alley, but also smelled to me like an absolute mess going purely off the game's trailer. I mean, these guys were definitely headed in the right direction, but I was looking for something at least on par with what I'd seen in Dino Break, so I skipped over 2 more co-op entries in the series and arrived at Outbreak Contagious Memories, the game that preceded the aforementioned dinosaur title. And in a twist I don't think anyone's going to be surprised by, Dino Break was essentially an asset flip of this game. The environments, dumb AI voice acting, controls, inventory, everything. Only now the combat works even worse if you can imagine that, because the fire speed's been reduced to an annoying degree. I will say that once again the music is pretty okay here, and I did see the beginnings of a project that halfway knew what it wanted to be, but with all due respect for the developers, they just did not have it in them to deliver a polished enough product for me to want to play past my first death. Once again. So I guess thanks for joining me down what started as a game review but then turned into an entire developer deep dive. It probably goes without saying, but I cannot recommend any of the games I looked at here in this section. Like I touched on before, there is a spark of survival horror somewhere inside these titles, but it just isn't able to shine bright enough to distract me from the either low budget, lack of game dev experience, or both. Zero Below the Sun is, well, it's a few different things. Its developer Black Curtain Studios calls it an action-adventure game in the Steam tags, but its description leans more on the words survival and horror. And listen, we've all heard me piss and moan on that subject enough for several lifetimes, so why don't we just meet in the middle with the term modern survival horror? That being said, like I mentioned seconds ago, this is a multivariate subject. With a cursory look at some gameplay, you might like me assume that the devs were aiming squarely for RE4 when they made it a third-person shooter with a just barely over-the-shoulder perspective, but I would argue it feels more like 2005's often slept-on Cold Fear more than anything, mostly due to the fact that you can actually move the camera without moving your character. Only when you're aiming a weapon does it veer into Capcom's third-person Resident Evil shooter lane. Outside of the spiritual inspirations for its gameplay though, I would say ZBS feels pretty damn close to fellow PS2 horror shooter Extermination when it comes to story and setting. At the start of the game, we're not really told very much, just that we're in Antarctica, there's been some kind of an emergency, and we're in the shoes of a man so rad he not only wears his sunglasses inside, but he also manages to make a scarf look cool. As we wander around this base, we come across yet another inspiration, as there's not a chance in hell this game's enemies weren't inspired by the Sega Saturn's own Resident Evil clone, Deep Fear. After coming across a research scientist who isn't suddenly sprouting new appendages, our man Axel learns that this base was built at the crash site of a meteor, and its purpose is to experiment on a subject they found in the area that appears to be some kind of a virus, but is actually a hive-minded organism. As we catch up on some world-building written logs, we discovered that someone was pushing for results, which led to sloppy work and eventually an outbreak. At the moment, the only thing we know for sure is that this stuff could decimate the planet if it were to get out, and it prefers cold temperatures, which suggests the opposite might kill it. So our goal is to trek around the research base, overriding generators so they go into overdrive, hopefully killing the alien substance. In terms of gameplay, I'd say things do tend to teeter-totter on the edge of jank, but luckily it's the kind of jank that doesn't get in the way of enjoying the game, annoying though it may be. I mean, there's nothing here that breaks the shooting or the difficulty, mostly just awkward hitboxes that, more often than I would like, lead to bullets traveling straight through bad guys with zero damage. At first, you start out with a pistol with no real reticle, which is absolutely no fun, but eventually you're introduced to these mod discs that can be slotted into what I assume are computers at save points and allow you to mess around with accessories for your arsenal. The first one you get is the expected laser sight for your sidearm, and I found that depending on the distance or angle of your shot, it actually indicates a little high compared to where your bullet's actually going to go. These rat things here in particular were almost impossible to hit until I figured out I needed to aim a bit behind them to score a kill. Aside from that, there were a few of the kind of bugs you might expect with a low to no budget indie game. Things like action indicators staying around long after you've left the thing they're trying to get you to interact with, leading to these far-off specks of font visible even when you go down several floors. Then there's a pretty interesting glitch that has enemies locking up and staying put if you get them too close to a door that's closing. Like I said before, it's nothing game-breaking, but just the kind of stuff that makes for a good laugh and the occasional cheap hit. And on that note, the game gives you a dodge roll which genuinely comes in handy not just in tight-spaced combat, but also when you're doing your best to avoid a fight so you can conserve ammo. You know, interestingly, I started off my experience with Zero Below the Sun by playing its demo and figuring that would be enough to get an idea for whether or not I'd recommend it, but I ended up liking it so much that I bought the full game and started playing through that. And I'm really happy that I did, because the finished product is not only a little prettier in ways only a dork like me would notice, but it's also much more harsh on your limited resources. Even though I had acquired a nice arsenal of guns throughout the game, I kept running out of ammo for one and being forced to switch to another, which is a very nice thing to see in a game donning the cloak of survival horror. On that note, I'm glad to say there are puzzles to solve here, the mechanical ones and the ones that'll require you to pay attention to both your environment and the notes you're reading. It's all surprisingly competent for a game that, for a game that looks like this. Which, by the way, is another positive as far as I'm concerned. I mean, I may give lip service to the idea that the low-poly PS1 era look is a little old hat at this point, but you really have to respect the team for sticking to the aesthetic this well. With the awkward shape of the character models and the low-detail textures, I could be tricked into believing this was some kind of an unreleased demo for a PS1 title forced to run in widescreen. And say what you will, but you're just not going to convince me that there's anything in this world better looking than 16:9 dithering. I do have a few complaints in that department though. Like I often bitch and moan about, the developer of ZBS, despite creating a very accurate and sharp PS1 look, still thought it would be a good idea to include really high-res assets like weapon icons, fonts, and the save menu. I'm really asking here, am I crazy for wishing they kept the look consistent? I mean, this stuff just clashes way too hard for me, and even when they do decide to go with low-resolution assets for the game's font, it has scaling errors and some kind of bilinear filter. Now, to be fair, there might be a chance this was intentional. Like maybe the developer was chasing a PS1 by way of sloppy emulation kind of approach, but you couldn't have just used a sprite sheet and the nearest neighbor scale. I'm not trying to sound like I'm yelling at these guys specifically, but this is an issue I see all over the place in these low-poly PS1 adjacent games, and it seems so obviously wrong every time I see it. That being said though, I still think this game looks great. It sticks to the kind of limitations you actually might see on mid-90s 3D gaming hardware, and since that's when I grew up, I'm never going to be able to see that approach as anything but insanely cool, especially when it's pulled off this well. Although it would be nice if someone would tell indie devs that they don't need to crank the affine texture warping dial all the way to 11 to get this point across. As I'm writing this, I put a few hours into Zero Below the Sun, including my time with the demo, and it's so fun that I'm probably going to end up beating it before I release this video. I mean, sure, sometimes my main character looks like he's running around with a freshly pooped diaper, and the faces might have GoldenEye syndrome, but it's a very satisfying mix of retro visual nostalgia and familiar survival horror game design. The setting isn't exactly what I would call original, but it's still cool as hell. Pun intended. And sometimes you can wound enemies enough that you just need to run away and let them bleed out. Add that together with the kind of soundtrack you would expect from a worn VHS copy of an 80s slasher flick, and you've got something that plays and works much better than its presentation might initially have you thinking. I think Zero Below the Sun's regular price came out to $10 or $12, and I would say that's more than a good enough deal for me to give it a really stern recommendation. Definitely check this one out.
Did you run over an animal?
Let me go check.
While it is a bit of a bad habit, I do tend to judge books by their cover when deciding to include new survival horror projects in these videos. Something you think I would have stopped doing by now, as I'm so often surprised by what people can accomplish with not much more than a cursory knowledge of game development and a love for this genre. I say all this because I can admit that The Hotel by Ilpala didn't exactly give me the best vibes when checking out its Steam page. I can't really say what it is. I mean, I did end up buying the full game, but maybe it was a lack of any flashy, eye-catching logos or game art, but whatever the culprit, I can fully admit I was way off base there. When first booting the game up, you can't even take part in the main campaign until you've completed this tutorial that'll give you the basics on survival horror gameplay. Something I think is actually really great for newcomers, but maybe it should be optional for those of us who already know this style inside and out. When the game proper starts up, though, I was met with something you don't really see too often in these indie survival horror titles: a pre-rendered cutscene. Now, it's obviously just a pre-render of in-engine assets, but for whatever reason, you really don't see a lot of developers doing this in the scene. Something that's actually made all the more impressive when you take into account that this project was a one-man affair. Anyways, the story starts with our main character hoofing it with a few zombies in tow until he reaches a phone and threatens to kill somebody, which is a relatively normal weeknight for a Floridian, honestly.
I'm coming to kill you.
Then we're taken to the true beginning of the story, where our main character and his girlfriend are enjoying their experience as some kind of hotel reviewers. A career I didn't really know existed, but sounds plausible enough, right? Our female companion says she's tired of all the hustle and bustle of the luxury hotels they've been staying at, so they instead book some time at a more remote location. On the way there, they smear a marginalized member of the living impaired, but since they can't seem to find any evidence of it actually happening, they go about their business and just arrive at the hotel like everything's fine. And they're not even there for 5 minutes before the woman who greeted them puts the boots to our guy Alex.
Hey, what are you doing?
Don't resist. It's worse.
I can't breathe.
When he wakes up, it turns into a Saw sort of scenario where she set the hotel up as a giant puzzle box and wants to watch Alex work his way through it in order to find his missing partner. Now, I'll be up front here. I'm not really that big of a fan of this kind of setup, but that's more of a personal thing. I will say though, it does make for a much better explanation for all the locked doors and esoteric puzzle solutions needed to progress. Oh, and he's stuck in there with a ton of zombies. That's probably important to include. And again, I'm really impressed by the kind of hustle this guy's showing by including intermittent story cutscenes here. I don't really know how to describe it other than these pre-renders give the game a nice air of polish, sort of like it's a title with a much larger budget than it actually has. Moving beyond that though, we've got what I would call a very strict adherence to the original Resident Evil style of survival horror, which means tank controls, a limited inventory, item management, universal storage lockers, and of course quick turns and static camera angles. And if you guys know me, you're gonna know that besides a chainsaw, this is one of the quickest and most efficient ways to my heart. I will say though, there is something slightly off with the movement. It kind of feels like my inputs stick. Like when I take my thumb off of a direction, Alex will keep turning or running in that way for a few more steps, which can make navigation a little more unreliable than I'd normally like. Aside from that though, combat feels really familiar, and I have to say the takedown animations for when you break a zombie grab are actually really cool. Yeah, I don't think anyone's ever going to be able to convince me that RE2 wouldn't have been a much improved game if Leon was able to clinch a zombie up and deliver a few hard knees to his forehead. Although to be fair, headbutting a member of The Walking Dead who can turn people with bites might not be the best move to pull, but that's just me. Exploration, on the other hand, seems to be where the hotel really shines. The environment does a great job of slowly revealing itself through key hunting and puzzle solving. I did kind of have an issue early on not knowing that this power cable was actually meant for this computer in the office, but looking back at my footage, that was my fault as I mashed through an examination that told me exactly that. Really though, I found myself most impressed by the layout of rooms and how organic it felt to come across an item and almost immediately be able to recall where you saw some kind of thing you could use it on. Some of the puzzles did require a little more outside-the-box thinking than I'm typically used to, but that just meant I felt more accomplished when I was able to tackle all these challenges without any kind of a guide. If I did have one big criticism, it would be that handgun ammo only stacks to 15 rounds, and you're going to be coming across a lot of that stuff. So if you followed the tenets of survival horror, you're going to have to run back to an item locker kind of often, but like you would expect, as the playfield widens, fast access to one of these things becomes more and more available. As far as the music is concerned, I would say it's really appropriate stuff for the kind of game this is and the kind of setting it has, but nothing really stood out to me as being particularly ear-catching, which isn't to say that it's bad, but that it performs its job just about as well as you could hope. On the presentation side of things, I can say I'm mostly liking what I'm seeing. The game does sort of suffer from the all too common issue in indie games of things being a little too shiny, but Alex looks pretty cool, and I like that as you come across weapons, you'll see them strapped to his body and in holsters even when they're not equipped. I'd say the zombies look relatively good from the mostly far-off distances you'll be viewing them from, and their animations are a step above a lot of similar-looking survival horror games. They move in and out of animations fluidly, with the only exception really being the zombies on the ground spinning in circles to face you, which is funny, so I give it a pass. Overall, I gotta say I'm very impressed with what we have here. The hotel didn't immediately strike me as a high-quality survival horror title judging purely by its online presence. But when I gave it a chance, it surprised the hell out of me by showcasing a very firm understanding of what makes games like this so good and having a very respectful eye for mostly bug-free game design. That being said, I did run into a few issues. The first and admittedly least important is dialogue that can sound a little stilted.
Are you crazy? What do you want? No!
I'll treat you like the whore you are.
I get the feeling that it was written by someone who doesn't speak English at a native level, and the voice actors probably didn't get a whole lot of direction with their lines, but as I've said a million times on this channel, that is sort of an included hallmark of this genre. Beyond that, after dying for the first time, my controller's input stopped being read and I had to restart the game to fix it. Once I did that, I attempted to skip a cutscene I had already seen, but that locked the game up, requiring yet another restart. I'd say both of these issues don't exactly impact the overall experience all that negatively, and with any kind of luck, Ilpala might see this segment and have this fixed before any of you guys get a chance to encounter it. Oh, and there's no real reason to mention this, but you really have to give it up to this guy for including a scene this cool. Is it believable that a hotel reviewer would possess the skill to backflip off a wall and accurately shoot while doing so? Absolutely not. Is it badass as hell? Without a single doubt. If you guys get a chance to check it out, I'd say the hotel is more than worth dropping a 20 on. It offers up a very familiar Resident Evil-like experience with a few additions to the formula that feel very much appropriate to the genre. And again, a guy backflipping off of a wall and shooting stuff.
Oh, fuck! He's already dead?
Besides, the vision's not the same.
Oh, this isn't like that time in Betuta, is it?
No. Yeah, nah, of course not.
But what about all those murders on the telly?
Just trying to sell more papers.
What if someone crazy comes to kill us?
I want to start this one off with some praise. I genuinely think this project has potential. Normally, I don't get into joke games, but Loggerhead by Affordable Cat actually got a few laughs out of me. I will admit that as an American, I am sort of genetically programmed to find the Australian accent inherently funny, so that might be accounting for a lot, but there's some good humor in here. In that same vein, I normally don't enjoy the whole damaged VHS aesthetic, and I'll admit I'm not the biggest fan of the constant bad tracking static on the bottom of the screen, but the game honestly does a pretty good job at the whole 80s horror look, and the soundtrack absolutely slaps. I'll also say that these are some damn fine fixed camera angles, and I love that the camera bobs and moves kind of like someone's actually holding it. And finally, big shout out for the posters of Jack Carlson all over the place. Rest in peace, sweet prince. May you forever dine on succulent Chinese meals.
Get your hand off my penis!
Now, as you may imagine, I'm front-loading all of this praise because, with all due respect to the nice person who gave me a key to this game, outside of those points, I think this demo just barely counts as a working video game. At first, I tried using a controller, but only the analog stick was supported, which feels terrible with tank controls and even worse with Loggerhead's tank controls, so eventually I switched to a mouse and keyboard, which is miles better by comparison. If you do plan on playing with a controller though, be prepared for some of the most odd button mapping imaginable, as you'll be hitting X on a PS5 controller to examine or pick items up, and square to confirm menu selections. So for example, to pick up this gun, I need to hit X to open up a prompt and square to confirm it, which really messes my brain up. Regardless of your control option though, you're not going to have a quick turn, and I can assure you it is sorely needed here. I'd say the combat is okay enough for what it is, but shooting feels really nasty because it's so damn easy to miss enemies, and the camera angles don't exactly help with that issue. And speaking of which, early on I found out that the game's enemies can't actually be killed, only downed for less than, I don't know, maybe 10 or 20 seconds, which makes the idea of giving me a revolver and a shotgun with limited ammo kind of strange. I mean, do you or don't you want me engaging in combat here? Even stranger than that is the fact that I can be attacked during door transitions or when menu elements are on screen, both being times that I have no control over my character. Then there's the hilarity of reloading in the menu, then exiting to find your character gliding through the environment until that animation is finished. Oh, and it's never a good sign when item pickup prompts can overlap other 2D assets like text files, and that's compounded by those prompts sticking around way too long. I will admit though, the game started to win me back when I got in my car, and it gave me the chance to run these monsters over as I sped away, and the end of the demo is actually really cool, although the effect is somewhat stifled by this physics glitch happening just before the credits roll. Honestly, the entire Australian 80s slasher flick premise works really well for me on paper, and there is evidence here that the developers understand how to make it work as a theme, but on the technical side of things, Loggerhead is just an absolute mess. I genuinely hope that there's some serious work being done under the hood as I speak these words, because it would really be killer to see a finished version of this game that feels, well, finished. As of right now though, it's more like a series of bugs, some funny and most not, that you have to suffer through while glimpsing the idea of a good video game just off in the distance.
It's you! Tell me, who are you?
I am no one.
I covered Endless Blue in a previous Modern RE clone video, and to be honest, I don't exactly think it's necessary to keep people abreast of every single update made to a game I've already talked about, but this one's a bit of an exception. That original demo was a very, very early look at some great ideas, but it used a lot of placeholder assets and could be finished in like 15 minutes. It was amazing in the sense that it got me very excited to see what the developer had to offer, but I only got the briefest of glimpses into what they were capable of. Now, this new demo, by comparison, is a masterwork. The AI voice acting has been replaced by honest-to-goodness human beings. There's new art, UI elements, locations to explore, and a boss fight.
God damn it. This mission just keeps getting weirder.
What I like so much about Endless Blue is how well it sets up a vibe. It's self-defined as lusting after that 90s era of survival horror, but to me it feels more like something that would have come out during the Dreamcast reign. The color palette, high-res 3D models, and just the way the backgrounds look all put me in a very Dreamcast-y kind of mood, which you know is a really great place to be. But getting into the real meat and potatoes, this demo immediately ups the production value over the last one by starting off with pre-rendered cutscenes. I've said this before, but for some reason you don't see very many pre-renders like this in these indie releases, which is a shame because they go a hell of a long way towards selling you on the idea that this is a genuine release from the era it was inspired by. After that, though, we're thrust right back into the events of the last demo, where we take on the role of Reyna, a secret agent of some kind of variety, infiltrating an underwater research base for some unknown reason. Once we get inside, Reyna's thrown off by how empty it is, and in true survival horror form, we come across lots of world-building flavor text in the form of journals and diaries left behind by the people who used to inhabit this place. Every bit of info we stumble on seems to point to some kind of an experiment escaping, but we still have next to no actual details on it. After coming across the end result of that outbreak, we give it a few impromptu full-body piercings and then get a call from the only other living person Reyna's come across this entire time. This guy says he's in need of help, and since he's the only source of information we've got, we sort of have to help him out. And this is where things ended in the previous demo, but in this one we get to travel further into the facility. Here in the generator room, we get more opportunities to engage in combat, which can be kind of clunky even for a survival horror game. Now, it's definitely not bad, but the speed at which you shoot can require you to reposition yourself more than a few times in a single fight. Of course, you can technically run past these things, which is what I would expect from a game like this, but I found that that can lead to getting jumped somewhere down the line, so you might as well take care of things while these guys are alone. This new area has a bit of a roadblock in the form of a flooded section that's also been electrified. Once we turn off the power to the area, we can cross the flooded pathway, but we're going to need that power to be on to be able to use the door on the other side. Which means we'll need to get our hands on this ladder right here and use it as a bridge once we get the power going again. Which might sound a little simplistic to be praising, but I think it shows a very obvious indication that this guy really understands the kind of puzzles this genre should include. Once we step through the threshold of that door, though, things get very weird. We get to explore a sort of developer's room, a place where the third wall is broken and the dev can just talk to us directly. And I had kind of assumed that this is where things ended, but in this room you can also come across a PS1 and a disc for the game that we're playing right now. Using the disc on the console transports you into a very different style of game than we've been previously playing through. Instead of the 3D environments from earlier, we've got these amazing looking 2D pre-rendered backgrounds that just drip a very early 2000s sort of feel. And that's not the only difference. The visual language here takes on a very different tone from what we were originally dealing with. It seems more dreamy and less grounded in reality, sort of like we're locked in some kind of a pocket dimension. There's also these creepy mannequins scattered all around, and after exploring every screen available to us, we come across a really cool puzzle that gives us access to a key and a shotgun, which is very well timed because this is when the mannequins jump from being just conceptually creepy to absolute nightmare fuel.
Ah, shit.
And you know, the fact that they can take several shotgun blasts to the chest doesn't really help that. Progressing past the absolutely terrifying mannequins, we come across a seemingly empty room where things change back to the earlier 3D style. Upon trying to exit this room, we're met with the demo's boss fight, and I gotta say I really like the intent here, but I feel like this goes on a little longer than it needs to. I'd say with a life bar that's been cut in half, this would actually be a successful survival horror boss encounter, but as it is, I kind of felt like I glitched the game or something was going wrong because it was taking way too long to finish this thing off. But eventually, after blasting this thing long enough to take it down, we gain access to the next area, which is basically just a cutscene to end the demo on, and once again, things take on a very different feel from the rest of the experience here. It seems to be hinting at a more psychological bend to the story, which I'm not exactly against in theory, but I really enjoyed where the story seemed to be going before, a more simplistic but cleaner kind of narrative. What I really liked about this cutscene though is how the dev made it feel a little more dynamic by zooming and panning the camera around. By doing this, you get the amazing look and feel of pre-rendered backgrounds without losing all the camera movement that would be possible with the 3D environment.
I don't understand any of this.
And you know, after spending about 40 minutes on this demo, which I would say is a pretty substantial amount of time, I'm even more excited to see the game's future release one day. I will admit the sharp switch to the more surreal and psychological side of things is jarring and not exactly where I would have taken the story, but I'm still very interested to see where it's headed. In that same vein, I'm not really sure I like the idea of switching back and forth between 2D pre-renders and 3D environments. I mean, you guys know I absolutely love the latter, and by no means do I hate real-time 3D for these types of games, but it does feel strange seeing both prominently featured here. In my opinion, Endless Blue's best feature is the razor-sharp atmosphere it's able to accomplish in the early parts of the underwater research base. I mean, most of it doesn't even have music set to it. We're just left with the ambiance of water moving all around us and the blue tint it gives to the lights. Now, to be fair, I would 100% play both of these games and enjoy them if given the chance, that being the 2D and 3D environments, but I'm not sure they exist very well in the same package. But, you know, to be fair, it is a very brief glimpse at the finished product, and for all I know, this developer may be able to pull this off perfectly. And here's hoping we all get to find out, because I am still insanely excited by this game. Endless Blue does this amazing job of transporting me back to my days playing Dreamcast titles, but it's in a way that I can't really explain to you. All I can really say is that if you played enough Dreamcast to be able to hear its BIOS startup jingle in your head before you go to sleep, you're probably going to feel the same way. When I first put together the list for this video, Sorry We're Closed by Alamo Games was the title I was most excited by, and I think if you're looking at the screen right now, you'll probably know why. I mean, this thing just drips style and uniqueness, which in the relatively crowded modern survival horror space really helps it stand out. Or at least it did for me. And I'm really happy to say that all of this individualistic flair isn't just skin deep. What I'm trying to say there is that this is a very, very weird game, and I'm 100% here for it. This relatively robust 40-ish minute demo starts off with Michelle, the main character, coming home to an apartment complex. There's an unrelated conversation she can listen into, which doesn't seem to have much bearing on the events of the demo, but makes for really good world building, setting up what seems to be her average home life really well. On the stairs, you can interact with her friend Robin, who lets us know that Michelle has recently gone through a breakup and she's seemingly not handling it very well. Heading upstairs to her room, she puts a few dishes in the sink without actually washing them, which is a move I've completely mastered in my own life. But I do have one very negative comment to make here, and to be honest, I mean, I hate to say this, but our girl Michelle, she's a poser.
Poser alert.
I mean, hell, I bet she can't even name 3 songs from the band Fish Fight. Anyways, after she's done culturally appropriating the lifestyle of my people, she heads off to sleep. And not too long after she slips into unconsciousness, she experiences what kind of seems like sleep paralysis, where she sits terrified as a wild-looking demon waltzes up to her bed and starts simping after her. Apparently, Michelle's loneliness after her breakup is what lured the demon to her, and after making some pretty ominous threats, she wakes up sporting a brand new additional eye. After that, Michelle wanders up to the roof of her apartment complex where Robin likes to drink and finds herself in a very otherworldly kind of place where her friend is now some kind of a hybrid with horns and a tail. Robin informs us that we're currently in the demon world, and the fact that we can see all of this is actually pretty surprising. She then lets Michelle know that the demon she saw in her sleep actually cursed her, which is why she's got the new eye that lets her perceive this world. And from here, the rest of the demo is spent sort of introducing us to its gameplay, which I think I'll do as well. Now, Sorry We're Closed is, in a lot of ways, a very traditional survival horror game, but it's also not in a lot of other ways. In a broad surface-level sense, you've got a fixed perspective that sometimes will track you along a set course, item hunting, a limited inventory, combat, and exploration that's going to require you to revisit previous locations a few times until you've collected everything you need to progress. However, it's in between the margins of all that the game starts branching out and doing some really interesting stuff. Now, sadly, it doesn't use traditional tank controls, which I'll admit does hurt me right down in my heart, but the game's movement and camera system seems to work really well with your more modern analog stick-driven controls. Which means I didn't find a lot of instances where a camera angle change had me fumbling to reorient myself and keep my main character moving in the right direction. Michelle's third eye, other than being a very fashionable facial deformity, lets her alter the way exploration works. Hitting Y on an Xbox controller will surround her in a circle that I think represents her seeing the real world instead of the demon one. This will do all kinds of stuff, like getting rid of obstacles, making certain items obtainable, and it also plays a pretty big role in the combat, which I should probably go ahead and talk about. Unlike your average survival horror game, hitting the right trigger here will put you in a first-person view, which at first threw me for a loop, but you do get used to it, and I'm happy to say the developers actually implemented a combat system that takes great advantage of the perspective change. Just regularly attacking your enemy is going to do, I guess, regular damage, but activating your third eye has a few very interesting effects. First off, it'll often stun the bad guy you're facing for a short time, but more importantly, it opens them up to critical attacks, which come in the form of a little heart, which will be in different places depending on what you're fighting. This mechanic has a really satisfying risk-reward balance because it makes your attacks do far more damage, but to even things out, the enemy can now only take damage in this one spot. So if you are going to use your third eye, you're going to have to get pretty good at aiming. Speaking of which, I played through this demo with a controller, which felt amazing for moving around, but as usual, I am absolute ass at aiming with thumbsticks, so when the final game comes out, I'm probably going to end up playing it with a mouse and keyboard instead. Also, this might just be me, but it kind of weirded me out that I couldn't move when in first-person mode. I mean, I am used to this kind of a deal in your normal third-person survival horror games, but for some reason, being able to see in first person made it feel like I should be able to back up to avoid attacks. I do get why this is the case, and honestly, I probably wouldn't enjoy the combat so much if I didn't have to commit so hard to every single attack, but I thought I'd mention it. Outside of the combat, you will find the expected Retrieve X item to use on Y object kind of hurdles that you would expect from a game in this genre, but I didn't come across any what I would call traditional puzzles in this demo. There was this one section where I had to wait to get my hands on a pistol before I could get past a barrier, but to me that feels a little closer to a Metroidvania roadblock than a survival horror puzzle. Now, to be totally honest, it's not like I'd be mad about the final game not including any puzzles. I mean, what's on display here seems really fun, and I could imagine it get even better as more enemies and mechanics get thrown at you, but it did sort of feel like it could benefit from a few traditional head-scratchers. Honestly though, like I said in the beginning, some of the strongest pull that I felt from Sorry We're Closed came from its visuals. Not only are the colors flashy and the sharp, low-poly graphics a total smoke show, but things just look nothing like you'd be used to seeing in a modern-day video game. The whole experience radiates this amazing-looking glam post-punk aesthetic. Not so much in a "this is what I think the kids are wearing today" kind of way, but more in a "how weird and cool can we make things and people look here" type of approach. I really look forward to getting my hands on the finished product just to see how strange things can get and how much more obtusely beautiful the environments can become. Really, the only complaint I had with the full 40 minutes I spent with the demo is its music. And it's not that it's bad or anything, but it's just kind of, well, I guess empty. And I think this might be just a me getting old type of situation, because I've noticed a theme in modern day underground music where the goal seems to be to make songs as musically simplistic as humanly possible. The vocals are often low and not projected very much. The melodies very threadbare with only a single electronic synth lick, and the drums will usually consist of the absolute bare minimum amount of kit necessary for it to still count as percussion. Again, it's not a complaint with the quality of the music, because based on what I've seen from the trailers, they got some really good artists to jump on board for this, but it's more just not a style that I get into very much. When you grew up with stuff like Primus, Dillinger Escape Plan, and Atari Teenage Riot, lo-fi beats just don't hit the same way, I guess. Now, there are times when the soundtrack can hit the right tones to match the area that you'll hear it in, but for the most part, like I said, it's a sort of empty kind of sound. Regardless of that small issue though, this game is shaping up to be the next major contender in the modern survival horror space, and I'm beyond stoked to see more of it. It's just so inventive, unique, and experimental while still keeping relatively within the bounds of one of my favorite genres. I really couldn't be more excited about where things are going in this very small sector of the industry, and with competitors like Sorry We're Closed, I think things are only going to get exponentially more interesting from here. Scarlet Lake by Nocturnal Interactive just so happened to release a demo on Steam right as I was working on a voiceover for this video, and I'm glad I decided to halt production just to include it here because it 100% belongs on this list. And before we move on to its gameplay, I just gotta mention how cool this intro is. Your main character's riding along with some other guy, and through their conversation, we learn that we're headed towards some small town in the woods that's been cut off from the outside world by what seems to be a government organization. The guy behind the wheel seems to be a designated transport driver delivering goods to the town, and you're paying him to smuggle you in with the goal of finding your wife, who's in there, I guess. Right as you get to the checkpoint, though, two guys in hazmat suits level guns at you, and they make it sound like something's gone wrong here and anyone coming near the place is to be taken care of, which leads to this absolutely killer exchange. After taking control of this guy, you'll find what I would call a pretty good movement system. At first I tried playing with the keyboard and mouse because that feels more natural to me given this game's perspective, but I couldn't get the Windows mouse cursor to go away. Which probably won't matter as much to most people, I guess, but I'm trying to get nice looking captures here, and it really helps not having a white arrowhead flying around the screen. On the plus side, the game does feel great with an Xbox controller in your hands, but I would really like to see this issue fixed in the final release. Now, as you can see, we're dealing with an isometric perspective here and some big, beautiful chunky pixels, and I find that the lower amount of fine details really helps contribute to the game's surprisingly thick atmosphere. Further adding to that, we've got some convincing lighting, a good amount of fog, really cool environmental effects, and scattered bits of low-poly gore and dead bodies. Consider this scene effectively set. Exploration works just about like you'd expect out of a survival horror game, with you running around looking for keys and key items needed to progress further. Now, this is a fairly short demo, so don't expect to spend a lot of time in this closed-off mutant-inhabited town, but what is on offer here gives you a great idea of what the developer's going for, and I've got to say it's sitting very comfortably inside my wheelhouse. You've got a ton of enemies that you can either fight or run from, puzzles to solve, creepy locations that need exploring, and a mysterious environment that promises to provide a good amount of intrigue. Honestly, this demo has me drooling for more. I mean, I really am in love with the atmosphere, the mystery, and the gameplay. Without a single doubt in my mind, Scarlet Lake is a title to keep your eyes on, because I know for damn sure that's exactly what I'm going to be doing. Into the Dread is a retro-style survival horror game that I found randomly on Steam and might be one of the most disappointing titles I've come across so far. Not necessarily because it's bad. I mean, I've played quite a few bad survival horror games, most of which don't even make it into these videos, but this one seems to come so damn close to being great. When first starting the game up, I was actually really impressed with its look. Typically, I don't get into the fake CRT filter stuff, but the grunginess of the environment you're in and the overall PS1 aesthetic actually went really well with it. Plus, the game defaults to a 4:3 aspect ratio and a 640x480 resolution, which is always a nice inclusion in my book. As I started moving around, I was really pleased with how my character felt running and walking, and further into the sewer, I came across some really inspired camera placement. There were quite a few sections that did a great job at imitating that famous alleyway scene at the start of Silent Hill 1, and even more impressive was how the developers showed restraint with the low poly art style. Of course, purposeful flaws like texture popping and warping do occur, but they're not pushed to the max to better get the point across like what tends to happen in most games like this. In keeping this compliment train going, I thought the combat felt really good. The monsters all looked interesting, and there was a pretty big variety of them. The game's only non-exploration based puzzle was actually well thought out, and as usual, positive points are given for a limited inventory that allows you to drop items if you need to. But sadly, that is where all the good stuff ends. My first time with Into the Dread did not leave a very good first impression because it ended in several deaths thanks to the pistol being incredibly easy to miss before you move on to another part of the sewer. So if you guess wrong and take a left instead of a right, the game becomes essentially unfinishable. It was made even more frustrating because I kept coming across tons of pistol ammo but no actual gun. At this point, the game had gotten the best of me, and I quit out of it to type up a small section of this video that would act as a makeshift therapy session. But instead, I decided to start a new game and give it another go. That next time around, I actually won the coin toss and found the first firearm, which, as you would expect, made things significantly more easy, at least as far as combat goes, because I was still wrestling with one of the worst parts of this game. Despite taking place in a sewer filled to the absolute brim with nearly identical pathways and steel grates, you don't have access to any kind of a map. Now, I'm not sure if this is going to happen to everybody, but I can promise you that personally, I never once knew where I was or where I was heading. Most of the time, I would only stumble on the right path when dumb luck would hit me, and it was honestly worse than getting my ass kicked by the combat because it's just these long stretches of heading down the same exact tunnels thinking maybe this one's going to be the one with the single different colored pixel that denotes it leads to a different place than the last 10. And even if you do have some kind of a cyber-augmented GPS brain, you can still get caught in a never-ending loop just by going through a door. No, I'm being dead serious. At one point I tried walking through a door and it just spawned me right back into the room that I entered the door from. And since locations in this game are so similar, I figured it was just another copy-paste room and continued forward until deja vu fully set in. So I tried going through it again and yeah, you guessed it, I ended right back up in the same room for a second time. By this point, I had figured it was some type of a puzzle I had yet to solve, so I spent what seems like an hour retreading all the ground I had already covered, like maybe that would provide some type of an answer. But when it didn't, I tried going through that same door again, and only when that failed and I tried for a fourth and final time was I able to actually get over to the other side of it. And hey, good news. As I continued to explore this new area, I'd run into that same door problem 2 more times. Honestly, this sucks, because what's on offer here shows a real understanding of survival horror, the way these games move and how they operate. But thanks to a few limited in number but massive in size issues, it's just flat out not worth playing. You know, usually when I play a game that feels unfinished to me, it comes with a visual aesthetic that's a good sign of the kind of quality that I can expect from the gameplay. But here with Into the Dread, it looks and feels like a quality product made by someone who really gets it. Sadly though, the honeymoon phase of feeling that way is only going to get you through so much, so I can't really recommend anyone spend their time on this one, even at its modest price tag of just $2.50. But that being said, I can see that the person or persons behind this thing definitely have talent, and I'd love to see them fix it one day. or even take another stab at it in the form of another game. But until that happens, you're best off just staying away. Pathogen X by Soda Raptor is the kind of project that, based solely on its description, is 100% what I'm normally looking for when I'm trying to find games for these videos. But the only portion of it currently available in its demo is an arcade extraction mode that doesn't quite fit that bill as much. But hey, on the plus side, we do have a limited inventory, a lab full of monsters created by an outbreak, and a cool looking guy in a gas mask, which all in some way ties back to Resident Evil. The third person over the shoulder perspective, randomly generated level layouts, and high octane action, however, not so much. That being said though, I think what is here can paint a pretty good picture of what could be possible, and we're going to keep it in the list anyways. The goal in Pathogen X's arcade mode is to drop into the Delta Corporation labs and retrieve a vaccine canister. Each playthrough is going to randomly generate the layout of these labs, and as you might expect with this kind of game mode, you are being timed. There are 3 types of enemies you'll come across down here. The mutant lab worker, a green variant that, to my knowledge, despite what years of video game training has taught me, doesn't actually poison you, and this massive guy with equally massive claws. During your travels, you can come across a pistol, shotgun, M4, and a rocket launcher. The flavor text on the game's itch.io page mentions a Magnum as well, but I haven't come across it in the 4 times I played through arcade mode, so maybe your mileage may vary. And you know, I'd say shooting feels pretty good. Your weapons don't have much of a staggering effect on enemies, but you can shoot fast enough, so that shouldn't really be much of a problem. Now, movement on the other hand, that's got some issues. I found that when using keyboard and mouse, I would come to this sort of sliding stop. Like after I let go of a direction, Hawk here would keep on moving for a pretty noticeable amount of time. On top of that, I feel like the camera's pulled a little too far to the right of the character, which makes it feel like I'm never actually running in a straight line, but instead I have to keep my character moving diagonally so the camera ends up being straight. Honestly though, I wouldn't be mad if this never got fixed if Soda Raptor gave us a fixed camera option for the story mode. I could really see something like this doing well with that kind of a layout, and besides, some of the screenshots on the website seem to hint towards the inclusion of one, which is why I put this game on the list in the first place. Graphically, this thing is a huge winner in my opinion. You've got this PS1 inspired kind of look with simplistic polygons and dithered colors, but more modern day amenities like real-time shadow casting and great looking lighting. I would, however, prefer to see this style of presentation in the game's story mode, where it's hopefully going to have a slow enough pace that I can stop and appreciate things a little more. On top of that, I'm assuming thanks to the randomly generated nature of the environments, most rooms are pretty simplistic small squares separated by loading screens, so it'd be nice to see what the game looks like with handcrafted assets that don't necessarily need to fit together randomly. Even though Pathogen X only offers up a small bite of the kind of gameplay that normally wouldn't make it a good entry for this video series, thanks to a combination of the developer's plans and a good set of raw materials that I think would make for an awesome survival horror game, we're going to give it an honorable mention here. If this looks like a good game to you, maybe stop by its itch.io page or check out Soda Raptor on Twitter, and if enough of us do that, we can politely, strongly suggest that he release a story mode demo so we can give it a proper look here on the channel. Broken Pieces by French studio Elsewhere Experience is sort of tough to nail down. I mean, obviously it's got enough survival horror DNA to make it onto a list like this, but it's a whole lot more than just that. The game starts out with its main character Elise in a dream, and then waking up in a French fishing village talking a lot about a guy she was obviously in a close relationship with, but who's no longer around. She also mentions that the situation outside is a little unsafe and that she's been there for a while, and once we do make it outside, we find out she wasn't lying. On top of that, the place seems to be frozen in time, with the village's inhabitants all vanishing. Heading out to a lighthouse near the village, we get a glimpse at this weather anomaly or some kind of supernatural event that seems to tie into what happened here. Sadly, Elise isn't a lot of help in that department because she knows just a little bit more than we do, but not much. After rooting around in the lighthouse for a bit, we come across what seems to be a covert outpost meant to keep tabs on and track the movement of something in the ocean, and I think it's referencing the Big Bloop. You know, that thing that made its way into every top 10 scary real-life events video on YouTube. Essentially, it was a really loud sound that was caught by underwater microphones and turned out to be a massive ice shelf breaking apart. But here in this reality, it was something the world's governments were very interested in, and this goes double for the French. Which is why they put together this secret station next to a fishing village to track it, and that somehow ties into Elise's current predicament. As the game continues, we come across proper conspiracy boards full of black and white photos connected by thread that has a few ideas as to what might be going on. Alright, so first we have this village, which seems to be going through a bit of an environmental shift lately. Wildlife is acting weird, plants are growing weird, and overall, just weird stuff is happening to its inhabitants. Then you've got the bloop noise that seems to be moving towards this quaint town. And that all ties into this insane cult that started showing up and acting all culty about stuff. I'll be honest, I don't really know a lot more than that from the 5 hours that I put in so far, but the plot does seem to be in the process of connecting all of these disparate puzzle pieces together, and I'd say that's one thing that really separates this game from a lot of the other titles we've covered so far. This thing is heavily, and I mean very heavily, story-based. I mean, it seems like they wrote and voiced dialogue for every solitary piece of the environment, up to and including some of the trash that's thrown around. Our girl Elise has an opinion or a memory attached to literally everything that's in the game, and she is not afraid to let you know about it, and to be honest, it kind of drags the game's pace down. I mean, on one end, we've got this genuinely intriguing plot where a whole ass village was depopulated in an instant, leaving behind a single resident. And then there's this crazy weather thing off the coast and the presence of a cult. It's all going in a really cool place, but it's sort of wrapped up in the mundanity of Elise remembering how bad her first experience at the local restaurant was.
You come across a restaurant. Outwardly, it seems unpretentious and quite shabby. But the cuisine is in fact exceptional. Well, this restaurant wasn't one of them. The food there was atrocious.
Now, part of me thinks the writers were just trying to surround the core plot with a whole lot of other details to help its mystery, but I think the real answer lies in its gameplay. Despite what it may look like, this is essentially just a point-and-click adventure game with a slightly different method of controlling your character. I would imagine that the team making Broken Pieces went into this with the general approach of one of these games, and that means a hell of a lot of flavor text and less than necessary dialogue. Now, if we're gonna be fair, all survival horror titles are just offshoots of this genre anyways, so things do slot in very nicely, but I would say a fan of both styles of games will be able to immediately tell the difference by where this team put most of the focus. Like I said, it's a heavily story-driven experience, much more than any survival horror game I've ever played, and at this point I'm willing to believe I've played them all. But hey, speaking of gameplay, with that adventure game approach comes a dense assortment of puzzles, and to be totally honest with you, most of them are not the kind I typically get into.
We often forget the path that brings us back to the finish, to the beginning.
Sometimes you will get the genre staples like reading documents and trying to figure out how to set up machinery, but a lot of the time it's more moon logic. For example, at one point I needed to knock down all the scarecrows in the park so that a raven would feel safe enough to leave its nest and eat a mushroom that I left on the floor so I could take a key from it. You starting to get what I'm saying here? And just like the puzzles, this game's mechanics are surprisingly dense. On top of the exploration and key hunting, you've got the aforementioned puzzle solving, a limited inventory with an ever-present item box, crafting, what I would call relatively simple but slightly satisfying combat, and a day-night system. I mean, honestly, it's a lot of game and I'm not even halfway through it yet. Oh, and apparently at night, enemies are more likely to attack, but I'd never been caught out past daylight, so that could be a lie for all I know. Instead of having these weird, possessed army guys just roam around the area you're exploring, fights spawn in like a random battle in an RPG, which kind of takes away a bit of the tension for me. It's not like there's a constantly present danger in the environment, but more like attacks on my resources triggered by moving around too much. Although to be fair, the least effective ammo is infinite, so I guess things could be worse. Once you're actually in a fight, things work okay enough. You press a shoulder button to lock on and wait till your reticle closes in on a target for a more effective shot. Locking on causes you to plant your feet, so to deal with that, you're given a dodge move that, I'll admit, looks pretty cool. The iframes on this twirl are pretty limited, so you're going to want to get used to waiting for an attack to actually come out before using it, and much like the combat overall, it's functional, if not a little boilerplate. The village of St. Exil acts as a... wait, like exile. I literally just got that. Anyways, it acts as a pretty open environment you can explore, with it slowly opening up to you as you gain more items and solve more of the town's puzzles. But I'd say besides the exploration, I think half of what works really well here is the general atmosphere that this town gives off. Not only is everyone gone, leaving the village eerily empty, but as you walk around, you can catch glimpses of that mammoth weather thing out on the horizon. It's very much a vibe. I would say the other half of what works here, though, is the prospect of uncovering more of this game's story. It has a much more cerebral, science fiction-y feel to it, and the fact that you know so little going into it makes every morsel of information you come across really valuable. That being said, personally, I think it could be a little boring. There's almost no music in the game unless you choose to listen to audio tapes as you walk around, and the soothing sound of water washing against the beach and the seabirds calling out is a natural sleep aid for me. So essentially, the entire time I was running around this area that's supposed to be dangerous and infested by ghosts of the past looking to kill me, but I was nodding off at the sheer relaxing nature of this sunny beachside vista. Now, a little later, the game does throw in the ability to change the weather to a more desolate, nuclear winter type of scenario, which does liven things up, but I think because the combat was such a non-issue for me, and the idea of progressing just meant coming across more puzzles than air molecules, I lost a bit of my drive to continue. I will say though, and this is going to sound weird, but I still recommend it. I mean, it does have like 95% of what makes survival horror games so attractive in it, and I'm willing to bet some of you aren't going to have my issue with not being so happy about making progress. To be honest, the only real problem I had with the game, outside of me nodding off while playing it, were these color artifacts that would show up pretty often. Sometimes you might just catch one out of the corner of your eye, but other times they'll stick around for a while. This might not be the case, but it seems to happen more often the further in the game that you make it, so maybe it's a purposeful graphical trick meant to further the otherworldly sci-fi vibe, but I'd say more likely it's just a bit of an accidental glitch. But like I said before, even though this one isn't exactly for me, I can see other people really getting a kick out of it. And besides, I can't guarantee that the issue isn't my format here. I mean, in order to get these videos out in a kind of, sort of timely manner, I can only really dedicate 5 or 6 hours to each of them, and that time crunch might be what I'm coming up against. I guess the gist of things here is that this is a really good game that I have no real problems with, but still don't really get into for some reason. But at just $25 on Steam, I would say it's well worth gambling on, especially if you're into the general look of it and the promise of getting to unravel a really nice mystery. Hey guys, I apologize if I sound a bit nasally for the rest of this voiceover. I'm just now getting over a cold, but more importantly, Connection, The Nightmare Within by Dragon Level is an interesting one. The game's Steam page made it look really slick, especially where modern survival horror titles are concerned, so I installed its demo and gave it a look, and I was met with a surprisingly mixed bag. I mean, with the cinematic flair of its cutscenes and genuinely impressive lighting and shadows, I was kind of taken back by the level of presentation on display, given this developer, as far as I can see, hasn't put out any other games. But then the main character's face appears on screen, and all of a sudden the AA look the game had before immediately gets brought back down to obvious indie status. Now, I'm no artist, so I can't exactly say what specifically makes the guy look so off to me, but I would imagine it starts with his Easter Island-like head. What I'm trying to say here is the guy's face is so tall, it's got a decent shot of being drafted into the NBA. And in a similar vein, with all the top-tier visuals, I was really thrown off when I heard what seems to be AI voices in the game.
Hey Stone, it's Chief Roberts. Listen, I know you haven't worked for a few months.
Have you ever heard of entering the mind space?
Entering the mind space?
Now, to be totally honest, some of the performances are good enough that they could either be really impressive examples of AI VO or some okay actual voice acting, but like I said, given how good like 85% of the game looks, these little cost-cutting measures and examples of less than impressive design really draw attention. It's like a lighthouse being visible in the night sky, your eyes just constantly being drawn to the one thing on screen that doesn't seem to match up with the others. Potential weird hangups aside though, the game starts out with our main character Michael Stone waking up in your typical film noir style private detective office. With some exploring, we figure out that this guy was a hotshot gumshoe with the LAPD and that he's driven to crime solving after watching his mother die in front of him, but now he's gone private, choosing to work on less dark investigations. In the middle of our office tour though, Stone gets a call from his old boss at the LAPD who tells them that a few feds were asking for their best and brightest, but I guess there's no more talented investigators working there anymore, so instead she gave them Stone's info and they should be dropping by soon. When he asked why they're looking for his help, she tells him to turn on the TV where he finds out that there's been some sort of a terrorist attack, only instead of doing physical damage to its targets, this phenomenon affects their mind. These victims are apparently being attacked by figments of their imagination, but their minds see them as being so realistic that any harm caused in their brain, I guess, is actually felt by the body. Which, to be fair, isn't the most ridiculous thing to happen in a survival horror game. Just then, like clockwork, our federal agents walk in to recruit Stone to deal with this issue. They take him to some secret lab where they reveal their ability to access something called the Mind Space.
The Mind Space?
Which is tech that they discovered while trying to explore memories and past experiences. At some point though, the lead designer working on this project left with his own modified mind space stuff and perpetrated an attack like the one in the news, but was killed in the process. Which normally would solve most issues, but I guess this guy kept on living inside the mind space.
The Mind Space?
And now they need Stone to head in there and stop him. A story that seems eerily similar to Shinji Mikami's Evil Within, or more to my taste, The Cell. Or as I like to call it, that one movie where Jennifer Lopez smokes a bunch of weed and tries on her weirdest dresses. Honestly, overall, it's a pretty intriguing setup, and it lets the developers introduce all kinds of weird shit without needing to explain why all of it's able to exist in the real world. And it also makes a little more sense why you come across such esoteric concepts like the kind of puzzles one would normally find in a survival horror game. Alright, so we've got what I would call a really great jumping off point. So how does the game play? Well, kind of like its visuals, interacting with this thing is a mixed bag. At the start of the game, you're given an option to choose between either third person over the shoulder or your more typical fixed camera type of system, and I think at this point in the video or my career, I don't really need to explain which one I went with. And to the game's credit, it's got some really killer angles and limited camera movement that keeps things feeling dynamic. On that same note, moving your character around feels pretty good with a nice combination of run speed, tight controls, and nice believable animations. But I found a problem here that I don't think I've ever run into before. Alright, here we go. So using an Xbox controller, you'll hit the B button to run like any survival horror game. But instead of holding it down, just pressing it once while moving is going to keep Stone in a dead run as long as the up direction's being held. Now I don't know if this is just me, but I really like switching between running and walking a lot in these types of games. I mean, you know, sometimes you might want to slow down and explore, or maybe just give yourself an extra second to figure out where you're going, but you don't want to come to a dead stop. Well, I found this was almost impossible in Connection. Like I said before, once you've started this guy running, he's not going to stop unless he stops moving, so throughout the game I was constantly having to inorganically stop and go. I checked the options screen and there was no fix for this that I could find, which really sucks because otherwise this was a pretty nice experience in terms of handling. In combat, you've got a few of the expected options, plus a few interesting ones. Holding down the left trigger will ready a weapon, and hitting the right trigger will have him actually using it, which feels pretty alright. As far as shooting is concerned, things work about like you would expect, but with a nice little indicator showing up on enemies to show that your attack is actually going to hit. Something that's not always necessary in a fixed camera survival horror game, but definitely is appreciated here with a wild amount of swooping movements and odd angles for the in-game perspective. On top of that relatively boilerplate stuff though, you've got this dodge roll that works on a cooldown timer, something that I never actually used in a fight but probably would have helped a lot if I could have remembered it existed. And you know, as I'm thinking about it, this seems like a really good mechanic for a survival horror game. It's sort of like Jill's dodge move in RE3, except you don't activate it more times on accident than on purpose. The fairly long wait between uses is going to keep people from abusing it, but it also allows just a bit of leeway between the player and some avoidable damage. When you do get grabbed though, the game displays a kind of interesting QTE that'll have you lining up an indicator with a specific section of the circle. If you hit inside the colored area, you'll deliver a killing blow to the enemy, and I think you negate the grab's damage, but I'm not really sure. I think this idea works really well on paper, but in practice, I kept trying to mash out of grabs, and I would just immediately fail the QTE except for on accident, so I don't know, maybe with a little more time I could get used to this. Moving on, the puzzles that I was able to come across in the demo all felt appropriate for the genre and were actually really fun to solve, which I would expect no less from a game that sees fit to warn the player that puzzles are going to be difficult from the very start of the game. It's kind of ballsy and I appreciate it. On top of that, you've got yourself a limited inventory and really all the other trappings that I would normally want out of a survival horror game. But that being said, I did have some issues, and one kind of major complaint I had with the process of actually playing Connection was the lack of impact in the combat. The game's pistol sounds really wimpy, and depending on your distance from the camera, you might not even be able to hear it. Also, I've got to say that I get what they were going for with the door animations, but it just really is not working here. Like 5% of the time, it'll be kind of slick looking with a cool sweep from one room to the next, but with the vast majority of the doors that you walk through, it just sort of seems like the camera's clipping through the scenery in a way the developers didn't actually intend. Like I said at the start, this one is a mixed bag. I mean, it mostly looks amazing. The light sources, depth of field effects, and shadow casting are all really top notch, but they exist in a game with old Tallhead over here.
The mind space.
And really the same goes for the gameplay. Once again, it mostly plays exactly like I would want one of these games to, but there are these tiny little issues that really don't jive well with the overall level of quality around them. As a full package though, I would say it's at least worth checking out. I mean, at the end of the day, it is just a $16 commitment, and the demo is obviously free, so you could give it a test drive for yourself and figure out if I'm being overly nitpicky or really charitable with my complaints.
Entering the mind space.
I couldn't be more serious with you when I say that I love seeing 2D sprite-based games in these videos, and while Retrofiction's Dead of Darkness may be a little simplistic in its presentation, it also offers a very big Resident Evil adjacent package. The game's demo starts out with a text crawl setting up a plot that, according to its Steam page, is going to be delivered a little more professionally in the final product. The gist of it is, we're playing as a private detective following up on a lead regarding his daughter's death, which takes him to a semi-remote island, and after a bad storm, he's forced to spend the night in a local manor, which ends up being infested with all kinds of what I'm going to go ahead and call zombies. As far as the playable portions of the demo goes, you don't really come across anything that sheds more light on the overall story of our main character, but you do get some nice world-building pieces of info that seem to point towards an epidemic or virus outbreak happening here on the island. In terms of gameplay, it's basically all of the traits that you would expect out of an early Resident Evil title, minus one dimension. We've got ourselves a limited inventory, relatively scarce resources, an old mansion with more locked doors than living inhabitants, puzzles and save rooms, complete with item boxes. I will admit, at the start of the game, the limited animations and what I would call less than stellar sprite art didn't really give me vibes of a well-made production, but once I got an idea for how all of it fits together, it was actually really competent. Now, I'm not even sure I need to say this next part, but as you explore this manor, you're going to come across a lot of locked doors, items to collect, and skinless zombies to put down. The combat is pretty standard fare, with you holding down right trigger and hitting the action button to fire, and with the chunky size of your sprites relative to the environment, you're going to need to take special advantage of your spacing. These things can either lash out with a single swipe and do a diminished amount of damage on you, or they can pull you in for a grab that I can't really tell if mashing actually helps you escape. But either way, the combination of the narrow halls that you meet them in and their propensity for bear hugs, they actually pose a decent threat. Of course though, this being a survival horror game, you have the option to just flat out not engage them, but in some scenarios, it is going to be best to put them down. As you play, you can come across antipsychotics and a tutorial teaching you about a sanity mechanic that'll have you taking more damage as your meter fills up. I would imagine the final game's going to have hallucinations or something scattered around that'll deplete this sanity bar, but I wasn't able to find anything that affects it in this demo. And you know, even with the limited resolution and relatively standard art style, I was actually surprised at how much atmosphere this game was able to cultivate. Running around the manor with the footsteps of the dead echoing around you and the chance of an errant lightning strike illuminating the room you're in, it was kind of easy to fall into the mood that the game was putting out. Speaking of which, I came across a few really solid puzzles in Dead of Darkness that shows me these guys really know what it takes to make something challenging without relying on the kind of logic that a normal player would have to sit around and think about for long periods of time. Which isn't to say that they were really easy to solve, but instead the thought process behind them was intuitive. And I would say in that same light, the game's map does a really good job of giving you just a tiny helping hand without treating you like a child. Locked doors and unvisited rooms are all marked differently, and areas containing puzzles or key items remain red until you clear them out. That being said, there aren't any labels here, so you can't just open the map and know exactly where the piano room is without doing a bit of work. But if you use the map alongside your own memory, you're going to be fine. And yeah, it's a survival horror game. Of course there's a piano room. One of my main favorite features though is something that's going to be kind of hard to sell most people on. Usually you might expect some big gameplay mechanic or graphical feature when I start a sentence that way, but I was actually most impressed by the clue system in the inventory. Once you come across a file in the game, which, by the way, if any of the developers are watching, it would be really nice if you could automatically read files instead of having to go into your menu and do it manually after you've obtained them. But anyways, after you actually read one, you'll get a clue related to what you just read. For example, let's say you read the note about the family's new safe and its default combination. Instead of you magically having that knowledge when you examine it next, you'll need to go into the clues menu and use that bit of info as if it were an item. Similarly, when you come across a note on playing the piano one octave higher, you're going to have to combine that information with the sheet music you came across to have your character make the appropriate changes. There's a lot of really cool stuff going on in Dead of Darkness that might feel very slight, but they're smart additions to the standard survival horror playbook. And for a guy that plays these games day in and day out, little evolutions like that can be disproportionately effective. Which is why, even though the demo for DoD is actually pretty long, clocking in at about an hour for me, I still would have liked to have played more. I mean, like I said before, it didn't exactly get off to the most exciting start for me, but it really wasn't too long until I was really sucked in and feeling what the game was putting down. These 2D survival horror games have been personal favorites of mine lately, and it's really awesome to see one that's sticking so close to tradition. So if you're like me and you have the character flaw of often letting a book's cover spoil you on its contents, do me a favor and push past that to give Dead of Darkness a try. It's worth it. Shadow over Normoth by Warkus, if the name hasn't already given it away, is inspired by Lovecraft's Cthulhu mythos. It was made during one of the haunted PS1 game jams, which is a fun little compilation put together and hosted by itch.io. It starts off with your nameless main character waking up on a beach next to a lighthouse. After some exploring, we come across a shack where a person who looks like they've been through the transformation into a deep one gives himself one of those 9mm ear piercings that go all the way through to the other ear. And yes, I assure you, the euphemisms are necessary for me to continue to make money off of YouTube. But anyway, since he's not going to need it anymore, we pick up his gun and head out to find what I would assume is the car we were traveling in before waking up on the beach. It looks like our guy swerved off the road and was ejected from his vehicle onto the sand below, and that's backed up by this highway up here having a bit of a pileup on it. Heading up onto the street to further investigate, he's confronted by, I guess, this lobster thing, and we quickly find out this is one of those supposed to lose sort of fights. After what I can only call getting chopped in half, he wakes up in a sewer where we get our hands on a flashlight and have to solve a lever puzzle to progress forward. Once he makes it out of the sewer, it's basically a boss rush with a few regular enemies thrown in for good measure. First up comes this serpent thing and then a more angelic looking being. The game's story is basically non-existent outside of some environmental storytelling that seems to point in the general direction of some kind of strange happenings, but nothing's ever really confirmed. Now, to counter that, you can find a few items that can't be used, their descriptions reading that they're part of some repressed memory, but we never really get any closure or anything other than those words, or at least not that I've found. Which, you know, all things considered is fine. I mean, not only does it paint a nice little atmosphere of intrigue, but I imagine writing a full horror story in the short span of a game jam would be pretty damn tough. In terms of gameplay though, we've got the survival horror trifecta of D-pad driven tank controls, backtracking, and fixed camera angles. And yeah, that definitely checks a lot of boxes for me, but without being mean, I'll say you could definitely tell this was put together on a time crunch. I mean, honestly, most mechanics do work well enough, but things do feel slightly unpolished. For example, holding a shoulder button to ready your gun and pressing the action button to fire it is reliably going to get bullets out of your gun and hopefully into the bodies of one of your enemies. But the regular guys you come across often make a beeline to you the first moment you're within range, which means most of the time you're going to take a cheap hit per encounter, if not more depending on your reaction time. It feels to me like there's definitely a way to have these guys not be able to get to you so fast while still making them a threat, but regardless, to deal with this, the game gives you tons of healing items and ammo hidden in these breakable crates. And now that we've laid everything out, I can definitely say that SON feels a lot more like it's influenced by Silent Hill 1 than H.P. Lovecraft. I mean, not only is our main character a dead ringer for Harry Mason, but even though the backgrounds are fixed in nature and contain no real animations, they're still dithered to a degree that points to a real love for SH's debut on the PS1 and specifically its 3D environments. Of course, then there's the abundant resources and unlimited inventory, which by the way looks like the aforementioned SH1's inventory, only improved on in style. And while I'm bringing it up, I want to make it clear that I'm not complaining. As far as I'm concerned, indie developers can reference that amazing video game all they like. Graphically, I'd say Shadow over Normoth feels relatively simplistic and lacking in detail, even for a game chasing that PS1 low-poly aesthetic. I mean, to be fair, this was a game that was made in a pretty short amount of time, and it does have a great atmosphere, so I can let that slide. But hey, your flashlight looks great, and the enemies, even though they have that massive geometric shapes kind of look to them, from afar it all blends together into something that's immediately both readable and sort of unrecognizable by your brain. Which is something I've always really enjoyed seeing in PlayStation games, and it's pretty cool seeing it make a comeback here. I did have some issues though, like sometimes quitting back to the menu will just exit the game, but sometimes it won't, and enemies can often get too close to you, rendering them effectively invincible to your attacks until you back up. With the healing items you're going to be flush with though, this isn't going to be an experience ruiner. To be totally honest though, Shadow over Normoth feels to me exactly like what it is. Just a proof of concept. A rough approximation of game mechanics and assets all lined up in a way that's technically playable but more serves the purpose of showing that these things are achievable for the developer and could be put in a more polished environment relatively easily. Because it was made during a game jam, I sort of doubt we're ever going to see the game reach a finished release sort of form, but it's definitely a nice mood setter if you're looking for creepy games that'll put you in that PS1 horror kind of mood. And if you're tuning into this channel, I would imagine that's a mood that you chase relatively often.
Introducing Max, the man who loves sex.
The Lacerator by Games from the Abyss is a project I've been following on Twitter for a good while now. I really never knew what it was all about. I had just seen some screenshots and videos of fixed perspectives and tank controls, which, to be fair, is about all it takes to get my attention anyways. After finally heading to its Steam page to get ready for this video, I watched the game's trailer and found out it was a little more interesting than I had initially thought. There's a lot of stuff going on here. Your character can lose limbs, there's a sort of trial and error approach to progression, and what seems to be an emphasis on taking multiple runs at the game to achieve a better result. Loading it up, I was glad to see an Xbox controller was supported, although it will function like a mouse in the game's menus and inventory screen. In the future release, it'd be nice to see full controller support, but I can admit having to move a cursor around with the analog stick is not the worst fate I can imagine. As far as the story's concerned, well, I'll just let it speak for itself.
It was just another sexy job with another sexy woman. But everything went wrong.
Yeah, that's all you're going to get as far as this demo goes, but to be fair, I would imagine the full game isn't exactly going to be filling any leather-bound books either. At the start screen, you can choose between over-the-shoulder and fixed camera modes, but you guys know why we're all here, and it is certainly not for any over-the-shoulder shooting. In what I'm going to call the scientifically correct game mode, you can run around with tank controls, and honestly, it feels great. Max has got a pretty fast run speed, and he turns just a little slower than he actually moves, which makes for a very satisfying level of control without feeling all slippery. My first try at the game saw me finishing the demo in about 15 minutes, which is not a deep look at all, but when I went back for a second shot just to get some more footage, I found out that there was all kinds of stuff I had missed out on. In that first run, I came across a revolver that triggered a trap that cut Max's arm off. After that, even though I was now both armed and unarmed in a way, aiming my newfound firearm was tough because Max was breathing so heavy. It was really gnarly actually trying to shoot enemies because my reticle was moving all over the place, making it hard to tell if I was even lined up with them. Luckily, you can also take advantage of melee attacks, which are obviously going to change as you lose extremities, but to be honest, I found these to be kind of OP. On my second run, though, I was able to find a shotgun and, more importantly, an axe that made hand-to-hand combat even more overpowered. Regardless of what weapons you find, though, at some point in the demo, you're going to trigger the aptly named Lacerator, who acts as a persistent stalker kind of character. Even when you beat this guy down, he's just going to run away to some other part of the environment, and I would imagine this is going to play a much bigger role in the finished game when you have the full game map to move around in. In terms of exploration, I'm gonna say things are unexpectedly dense given the short runtime of this demo. There aren't exactly any puzzles in the traditional survival horror sense, but you can do things like deactivate the trap that would normally cut your arm off. Like any other self-respecting title in the genre, you'll be using items you come across on parts of the environment to further explore, and when the Lacerator isn't around, you'll have whatever these guys are to deal with. And I'm happy to say that even though you can feel this almost dungeon crawler-like attempt at replayability, there's a lot of regular old survival horror in here as well. I really got a kick out of the camera angles too. They're set up surprisingly well, lending to this snuff film, voyeuristic, 70s exploitation kind of atmosphere. I also think the low-poly character models look great, and even though I've never been a fan of the whole fake CRT filter thing, it's not overly offensive in this case, and it fits the style. I was pretty stoked to see that the options screen lets you choose between 3 different levels of video quality, but to be honest, I didn't really see much of a difference between them outside of general sharpness. And finally, the game's soundtrack is really damn good, with that synthy horror movie OST kind of sound to it. It actually reminds me of the kind of stuff you'd hear in a puppet combo game, which is high praise. The Lacerator's demo might be a very small look at what this developer is aiming for, but I think it shows a hell of a lot of potential. If I'm being honest, after my first playthrough I was kind of underwhelmed, but after going in a second time just to see if I'd missed anything, my hype levels went way up. So if you do get the opportunity to play this demo, I would say either be very thorough on your first try or be open to the idea of playing it again. Usually when I put these videos together, I already have a full list of games to include, but sometimes I've only got a few in mind and I need to go out looking for more, which was the case with Okureta Shukudai, or Late Homework. And listen, that's not a flex, you just gotta understand, I so rarely come across game titles that include kanji I can actually read. Just please, give me this. Anyways, I'm really happy that I needed some extra titles to include in this entry of modern RE clones because this one ended up being an amazingly memorable experience. Released in October of last year, Late Homework completely flew under my radar. It was developed by Soda Raptor, which some of you guys might remember from the last entry in this video series where we talked about another one of his projects, Pathogen X. A very cool third-person shooter with obvious survival horror-inspired visual themes. When covering that game, I got a real good look at how well Soda Raptor understood PS1 visual aesthetics and fun shooting mechanics, but their ability to churn out a product that felt refined and finished was still up in the air as far as I was concerned. Well, you can go ahead and consider that a settled matter, because despite its short runtime, Late Homework has an atmosphere, gameplay, puzzles, and an overall vibe that puts most modern horror titles to shame. The story starts out with our main character Hanako describing how hard of a time she's been having in school lately. She complains about feeling out of it all the time and being a little foggy-headed, which has had a big effect on her grades, and explains why she's on this bus right now. Apparently, she forgot a bunch of her past due homework assignments at school, and this is a last chance sort of scenario to get her grades up high enough to pass. Outside of that though, her main issue is that this school is the last place she'd prefer to be heading at this time of day, thanks to a bunch of her fellow students ending up on the news as missing person cases surge in the area. And of course it doesn't help that there's been a rumor spreading around concerning some sort of an entity that roams the halls at night looking for souls to feast on. And believe me, I'd love to dive into the story here because there's a lot more going on than meets the eye, but because the game's not all that long and one of the many factors that makes it so great is its story, I think I'll just leave the summary right there. We're a cat stuck in a creepy school at night and there's a terrifying creature stalking the halls that wants nothing more than you. Except without your head. In terms of gameplay, Late Homework wastes absolutely no time in getting to work. Right as you gain control of Hanako, in the very first screen of the game, you'll come across an obvious sign that you're going to be key hunting and puzzle solving your way through this mystery, which turns out to be a very accurate initial impression because this game is a dead serious dosage of survival horror goodness, except for the times when it isn't. Look, there's a lot here that does fall a bit outside the genre in my opinion, but it's surrounded by and weighed against so many other staple mechanics and systems that I've got no problem giving it a pass. And you know, here in the script I actually wrote a note to myself reminding me to make up some sort of a school hall pass pun for that, but I can't, so moving on. For example, we've got obvious survival horror staples like amazing fixed camera angles, tank controls, brain-wrinkling puzzle solving, and backtracking with a side of key hunting. But tempering that, we've got no inventory management, a lack of limited or really any resources, and what I would call the biggest offender, no combat. Like I've talked about before, I sort of feel like a survival horror game needs to have combat in it as an option. Even if the goal is to not engage with it or for the developer to disincentivize it, the decision to or not to initiate an encounter makes up a lot of the ethos surrounding the genre. I'd say in this case, though, there's so much old PS1 survival horror DNA included that even I can't nitpick the particulars. Speaking of which, we have almost lethal levels of SH love radiating off of this thing. I mean, look at this map screen. This feels more authentic to Silent Hill than a lot of the later entries in that very series. Back to the actual gameplay though, the general layout is one centrally located around the idea of tough but fun puzzle solving. At the start of the game, you don't have a direct way to get inside Fushigina High, but the few areas you do have access to will lead you straight into a few rooms filled with keys and adventure game style puzzles, which is the kind that poses some sort of an environmental roadblock that's going to require the right item to be used in the right place. Once you actually get inside the school, it's roughly the same format but covering a much wider landscape, and there's a persistent stalker type of monster thrown in there for good measure. This horrific, pants-shittingly scary creature roams the halls of Fushigina, and it's a one-hit kill if it manages to catch you. On the plus side, you can run pretty fast, and there's a dedicated button for looking behind you, so it shouldn't be too hard to stay relatively safe after maybe 1 or 2 deaths. You're actually given 3 lives to get through the game, which is a little strange for a title like this, but given the short nature of late homework and all the other unique design decisions made in it, I don't know, it kind of fits in a bit. And I have to say, all of the puzzles and the locked doors that you're going to come across inside the school are simply survival horror perfection. There's this really impressive balance being struck here between needing to think but not getting railroaded for the next 20 minutes while you scratch your head wondering what the developer is trying to make you notice in the room. It's a solid combination of needing the right item and reading a note or paying attention to the environment to find a password, and at least for me, it was just the right level of challenge. I think the game's set up in a way that by the time you come across a key or an item, you probably already passed by the exact location you'll need it in, making it really easy to drop into a flow state while playing. Every inch of Fushigina High is this really intriguing puzzle box that you procedurally unlock while trying to uncover the mystery of the missing students and why there's a hellspawn demon walking the halls looking to decapitate cute anthropomorphic cats. And while the gameplay for the most part is just peak genre fare, I've got to say it's really the atmosphere and the mood of late homework that stayed in my mind long after I finished it. The dark environments, colored lighting, music, and sound effects, they all feel like puzzle pieces in the sense that they slot into each other perfectly to form a complete picture of the kind of place you don't necessarily want to be in, but oxymoronically find sort of soothing in its scary unapproachableness. As you all know, I am an eternal supporter of the PS1 visual aesthetic, no matter how hard it gets played out in the indie scene, but outside of the amazing dithering and low-poly design, I think the sound work deserves special mention. Not just the music, even though it is great, but the sound effects and environmental ambiance too. Like Silent Hill 3, there's a big focus on unexplained noises, like when you walk into a maintenance room only for someone to start banging on the door outside. But I was more wowed with the less obvious stuff. For example, the distinct change from being outside in the almost overpowering rain and then heading inside where getting near a window will give you a more muffled, soothing version of that same sound. Honestly, the entire package here is just a 10 out of 10. Soda Raptor obviously knows what makes a good horror game and how to accurately strike a balance between a retro and technically impressive look. I am, however, obligated to at least give the passing impression of objectivity, which means we gotta talk about some downsides, even if they border on not mattering. And I'd say the first issue I ran into was that I couldn't get VSync working with the game. No matter what I set it to in the options, I kept getting screen tearing, which bothered the hell out of me. Now, I think normally this wouldn't have been quite so bad, but with the dithering, you always have a lot of small details on screen that can make the rolling tears a lot more visible than they may have been when set against a pitch black sky or something like that. On the plus side, I was able to go through my GPU's control panel and force triple buffering VSync and 60 FPS, which solved the issue. After having the exact same problem with a bunch of the other games on this list though, I'm starting to think either I need to update my graphics drivers or maybe it has something to do with me playing these on a 144Hz monitor. Less annoying, but still kind of frustrating, was the fact that the mouse's cursor shows up every time you interact with something, even if you're using a controller. Of course, this is a very small issue, but I feel like this one little arrow sort of messes with the otherwise perfect image that the game's cultivating. And you know, this is going to sound strange for me, but I think that's the only negatives I came away with. Late Homework was an absolutely incredible playthrough for me, and I could not be more happy that I felt like I needed a few more titles to put in this video to make it complete. I mean, this is probably one of the easiest recommendations I've ever made on here before. It's pure crystallized survival horror in all the ways that count. It's cute as hell, has a surprisingly disturbing story, and only costs $5 or $6. I mean, you could sit and think for days and you probably couldn't dream up a more perfect scenario than that. Before we hop into the next game on the list, I'm really excited to let you guys know that today's video is sponsored by literally no one. To be totally honest with you guys, I'm not really big on the idea of brands paying me money to express opinions I may not legitimately hold. That being the case, if you enjoy what I do here on the channel, I would immensely appreciate a little bit of help doing it. I've got a Patreon, which is linked both in the description and the pinned comment, or you could click that join button beneath the video to become a YouTube member. The incredible people who support me on either platform are the reason I'm able to continue making videos on the games and subjects that I want to, and not what's the most popular thing in the YouTube algorithm at the moment. So if you find yourself with a bit of pocket change left over at the end of the month, I could not be more appreciative if you decided to throw some of it my way. For those of you that can't, or more understandably don't want to, no worries. I am wildly lucky just to have you as a viewer. So in summary, the wonderful people whose names have been scrolling down your screen help me continue making content here on this channel, and if it wasn't obvious so far, I love being able to do that more than anything. So thank you very much to anyone who has ever or will ever take part in that effort, and to you for your time. Now let's get back to the video. When I started covering these new indie survival horror games, I made a bit of a soft rule for myself. While the series is titled RE Clones, there's a bit of hidden text in there that reads only classic RE. Of course, you could see that as further proof of my very public bias, but it was more of a self-preservation thing. Think about it. If we broaden the scope to include titles that played like Resident Evil 4, this series would span most video games developed from like 2008 till the moment I finished speaking this sentence. That being said, I have heard a lot of buzz about the Killing Antidote, and I got to see it in action in a G-Man Lives video, so I figured what the hell, let's give it a shot.
And I gotta say as well that I think it's a weird creative choice that they made these shower cinematics go for like 4 hours.
What I guess you could call my journey with the Killing Antidote started off with its free demo. And after playing that for a bit, I walked away feeling a little underwhelmed. I mean, there was some really cool shooting, and I could see these ideas at some point getting solidified into something a lot more concrete, but more than anything, I was just looking for a little more story.
2033年4月8日夜里1点10分，这里是隶属于 X 基因科技的第7生化研究所。
As you explore the demo area, you're given a small window into the narrative by checking computers for emails, which delivers a slightly fear-esque story where you pick up on larger events as coworkers gossip and trade rumors with each other. Overall, not a terrible way to handle things, but I was looking for a bit more, so I bought into the early access version of the game for $30, thinking maybe there'd be a little more setup or something like that, which turned out to be, not the case. But the money was already spent, so I was determined to see if the well, not full version, but I guess paid version of the game had any more to offer than the demo, which it kind of does and it doesn't. And with that lead up covered, let's go ahead and dive into the game. Now, like some of you know, normally I would talk about story here, but there's not really more than 2 sentences worth of it to talk about. There's been some sort of an outbreak, and it's been traced to a manufacturing and research building owned by a pharmaceutical company. That's it, that's all of it. Moving on to the gameplay, we have a sort of RE2 remake approach to controls, except actually a little more responsive. Honestly, it's a nice feeling balance between being able to move how you want to, but also needing to account for a bit of animation weight. Both the demo and the paid version just sort of dump you into the area of your choosing, and it doesn't take very long for you to experience the 2 main things you'll be doing here: looking for keys and items and engaging in combat. And I'll talk about the latter first, because it's where I think the Killing Antidote actually performs its best. I'd say most of the time you'll be coming across your run-of-the-mill zombies, and like most games with The Walking Dead in them, these guys were the most fun for me to fight by far. You can get your hands on melee weapons like knives and an axe, which can be really effective. You've got yourself the obligatory fast and strong attacks, and using the slower, more powerful ones on an enemy that's already been staggered leads to these really cool finishing moves. Even when you encounter large groups, this mechanic makes the starting zombie a really fun enemy to come up against because you can easily deal with them, but their grabs and stumbling nature make sure they never become a non-threat. I'd say in terms of shooting, things aren't quite as satisfying as the aforementioned RE2 remake, mostly due to a lack of variety in enemy knockback and animation, but hot damn, you can have some fun regardless. I think one of the main aspects that makes things so engaging is that you're often encountering several bad guys in a single fight, and early on you're introduced to a variant that can jump at you. So there's a good amount of target optimization going on, and it's really easy for a situation that was at one point under your control to quickly change into a very fun but very chaotic clusterfuck. For just such an occasion, you're given a dodge move with a forgiving amount of iframes attached to it, and to be honest, this would have come in way more handy if I could have shaken decades of PC gaming muscle memory that just will not let me quickly react to a combat scenario by pressing left control. No joke, like 9 times out of 10, I would just end up hitting spacebar in a panic, so I think the next time I play the game, I'm just gonna swap those 2 keybinds. You know, to be totally honest, there are moments where the game's developer sets up some damn near amazing combat situations. Like, I'd be rounding a corner only to get jumped by a crowd of infected, and as I'm shooting and backing up, I run into a second group behind me. It made for some seriously just flat-out enjoyable gameplay, and I would imagine the combat is probably where these guys put a majority of their time. So if we make a pie graph out of the Killing Antidote's development, it would be like 99% modeling boobies and fashion items, and then 1% combat. So good news, right? Well, not entirely. The problem is you can't always be engaged in combat. There's got to be something else going on, and I think that's where the Killing Antidote really falls short for me. When I bought the early access version, I tried out the same area available in the demo, and to be honest with you, after I cleared out all the bad guys and was left strictly with the exploration and key hunting, I was bored out of my skull. In the starting area, things are a lot more compact and contained, so you'll mostly just be moving around a single floor or a couple of rooms looking for card keys or clues that'll open up these numerical keypad locks. And at this point, I'll say things were definitely moving in a promising direction. However, once I unlocked more of the building, I found myself constantly getting lost because there really wasn't much about any specific floor that made it stick out in my memory. And the developers, for some reason, thought no one would need a map to keep track of a pretty large set of floors and rooms. At one point, I needed to find a valve handle so I could stop some gas from flowing into a broken pipe, and I swear to you, I spent no less than 25-30 minutes retracing every step I had taken. I absolutely could not find anything that even fit that description, and I kept finding myself doubling back on the same exact areas because the environment was so samey looking. Eventually, I resorted to looking up a guide, and it turns out the wheel was in this room right here that I swear to God I completely searched no less than 3 times. Now yes, they did draw a big yellow circle around it, but it's also recessed behind a bunch of stuff that obscures that circle, and the indicator that lets you know something can be interacted with only activates when you're right up on an item. After that, the game engineered an excuse, obviously for my busty main character to take a shower, but I had to do a little fetch quest to get the water running, and by this point, I was just in an unconscious trance. Even the combat, which I'd had so much fun with before, just couldn't take me out of the boredom. When I finally got done with that, my character gets attacked by whatever this is, and I was thrown into a different part of the building without any of my weapons or healing items, which led to my first and last death. I mean, I did have a pretty close autosave to that point, but I just didn't have the energy to restart and see what else the game had in store for me. Which is a damn shame because I really did get a genuine kick out of shooting and fighting rotting corpses with other science experiments. Now, it does need to be said that Killing Antidote is in early access, so it's totally possible that it eventually gets to a much better place in terms of pacing, environmental design, and item hunting, but as it is now, I don't know that I can justify recommending anybody spending $30 on it. Personally, I'm fine with the cost because I got my money's worth out of the combat, but for most of you, you could get like 3/4 of that same experience by just playing the demo a few times through. And I guess here at the end, we probably should address the large, very well-endowed elephant in the room. There's no doubt about it, the Killing Antidote is like 80% gooner bait by volume, which to be fair is fine. I mean, I'm not exactly a prude. In my last video, I was complaining about a lack of booty jiggle effects in games, which, to be fair, this title actually addresses. That being said, it is a little hard for me to take a game seriously when I'm able to make a scenario where my protagonist is wearing nothing but her underwear and a backpack. And I say that because I think there is potential for a really well-rounded and serious story in this game. I guess what I'm trying to get at is, I want to give the Killing Antidote more respect than it's giving itself. Of course, it does need to be said that no one's forcing me into changing her clothes or dressing her up like a zombie apocalypse stripper, and that is true, but it's kind of hard to ignore it as a mechanic. I mean, you are going to be coming across tons of new outfits as rewards for exploration and puzzle solving. Really, when you think about it, it's not my fault at all. I'm actually being forced into this. And, you know, the same thing goes for the sliders that make her boobs bigger. You know, at the end of the day, it's not exactly something that ruins the game for me, but I think there are moments that could probably have been a little more emotionally impactful if I didn't know that someone was rock hard when viewing that same scene. Oh, and on an unrelated note, I think it's possible that the voice actor who showed up for this scene might have thought that she was there for a different sort of project. In my view, the Killing Antidote is a proof of concept, a combat system and a graphics engine that could probably be made to fit over a really cool modern zombie shooter, and even I can admit there are rudimentary elements of survival horror to be found in the early access build. As it is though, it's basically a $30 demo, and I couldn't really sleep at night if I told you guys it was worth the cost when you could probably buy 3 other games on this list for that same price and get a much more complete package. So I guess proceed with caution, and regardless of what you decide, just do me a favor and try the demo first. Alright, so I've joked on here before about some of the games in this video series feeling often like they were made just for me. Like the developer knew my specific niche taste and decided to combine them all together. Well, never, and I truly mean never, has that been more true than when I found out that indie dev Warkiss was working on a PS1 era mystery dungeon survival horror title. I mean, I'm genuinely speechless. That is such a cool goddamn idea. I would have never even considered it as a possibility because why would I? Like, do you leave your house every day for work, prepared for the off chance that someone might walk up to you on the street, ask you what you desire most in the world, and then just give it to you? So yes, I am incredibly excited to finally be playing this demo. However, before we start talking about House of Necrosis, I imagine a bit of an informative briefing might be in order. Okay, so the mystery dungeon genre is a much smaller offshoot of your normal turn-based JRPG, and there's a few identifying traits that sets it apart. One of the big ones being a bit of randomness in their operation. 90% of the time, this is going to mean entering procedurally generated, multi-floor dungeons. There's often a sort of hub area that stays constant, where the player can trade items, store equipment, or buy supplies, but once you step foot in one of those dungeons, there is literally no telling what might happen. You might come across an amazing weapon, or maybe the game will just spawn in an enemy 10 or 20 levels higher than you, which can be a very daunting concept to swallow because these games also often have some sort of a serious penalty for death. A lot of the time, exiting a dungeon is going to revert your character back to level 1, which means the only way to make real, tangible progress towards becoming stronger is to get your hands on some good gear. And like you would imagine, getting to a point where you're a god among men, only to get one-shotted and lose all that stuff is enough to make a grown man weep. I've heard. Anyways, getting back on point, the other main mechanic you'll always find in a mystery dungeon title is this very strange hybridized turn-based system, which can be easy to understand but kind of hard to verbally explain. The gist is that every single action in the game is going to consume a turn, including moving, attacking, or using items, and on top of that, every single thing on the current floor is going to make some sort of move after you do. So every single step you take or attack you make is going to trigger everything else in the dungeon with you to follow suit. And while I most definitely could go on much longer regarding this subject, we do have ourselves a demo to talk about. Okay, so House of Necrosis, despite what I said earlier, isn't actually a survival horror game. Like its Steam page says, it uses the genre mostly for inspiration. That being said, we have made exceptions in this video series before, and I think enough visual and mechanical motifs have made it through the mystery dungeon filter that it's more than earned its spot. The demo starts out with a text crawl that's gonna feel a tad familiar. A series of strange murders have been reported around a mansion in the woods, which results in a special forces team being sent in to investigate. When that squad fails to return from their mission, another group gets sent in to rescue the rescue team, and you are a part of that effort. After stepping inside, you've somehow been separated from your group, and now your goal is to meet back up with whatever's left of them, and that's about all you're going to get for the time being. After this brief setup, you're thrown into a dungeon where you'll have a chance to get familiar with the gameplay mechanics, and once you have those down to some degree, then the game's going to give you a real taste of what the genre's made of by spawning in a boss monster that you could never have a chance of beating. After getting dropped like a bad habit, you wake up in a strange room with an even stranger guy who says he dragged you out of the dungeon and into relative safety. He also says he doesn't really know where your teammates are, but if they're still in the mansion, they're probably dead. Well, we certainly didn't join up with the nondescript, small-town militarized police force because we lacked tenacity, so we obviously head through the main hall and back into the dungeon, which is where we shift from the story and into the real draw here, at least as far as I'm concerned, the gameplay. In terms of mystery dungeon mechanics, you can expect all of the heavy hitters to make some sort of an appearance. Proc gen, reverting to level 1 when exiting a dungeon, the loss of all your items on death, and an absolute smorgasbord of cool equipment to experiment with. But I would say the one element that really makes House of Necrosis stand out in the genre is a focus on shooting stuff with guns, and I'm an American, so obviously that speaks to me spiritually. As you explore, you might come across small stashes of ammo, which will let you drop enemies from long range, but true to its inspirational roots, this is nowhere near a limitless resource. So for the most part, you're going to want to save any bullets you come across for bosses or similarly dire situations. Outside of that though, I'd say combat in this game is pretty standard fare for this type of an RPG. Since everything on the map is going to take turns after you do, it's in your best interest to use that mechanic strategically instead of just standing toe-to-toe with these monsters trading hits. One of the best ways to take the initiative is to burn through a couple of your turns by whiffing attacks, so your target ends up wasting their turn closing the gap, which will give you a free hit. It's a fairly basic strategy for these type of games, but once you start digging into the nearly bottomless ocean that is HON's equipment though, things get much deeper. Like at one point, I got my hands on a knife with an electric modifier that damaged the enemies around the one that I was directly attacking, and a gun that would use my HP as ammo when I ran dry on bullets. After that, I ended up with a jacket that doubled my damage, both what I could dish out and what I could receive, and a katana that attacked the 3 tiles in front of my character. I mean, I could go on, but listen, I've never been shy about letting you guys know how I feel, and I hope that's led to something at least resembling some kind of a trust between us. So I need you all to understand that I am being as sincere as possible when I say that I don't love House of Necrosis. I'm in love with it. I mean, obviously, the sheer uniqueness of its combined genres and inspiration almost guaranteed that I would play it, but even I didn't expect it to floor me quite as hard as it has. Look, I'll drop the nonsense right here. I'm this close to just declaring it perfect. I mean, the mystery dungeon gameplay, the survival horror themes, the sound, the spells, the music, the presentation, it's all perfect. And you know, on that last point, it's very rare that a developer does this masterful of a job emulating PS1 era 240p graphics. I know it sounds like something that would be easy to replicate, but you really need to understand the games from that era to put together something as accurate as this. All the little stuff you might expect from a game on Sony's first console can be reliably found here. Affine texture warping, low draw distance leading to dark fog in the far reaches of the dungeons, and what you could call, let's say, rudimentary 3D character models. I mean, I guess I could keep talking, or I could just direct your attention to my previous declaration of absolute perfection. Now, I 100% get that this game is chasing a nearly microscopically specific niche, so there's a very good chance that it isn't going to be everyone's cup of tea. But even if you've never played a game like this before, I have to imagine you stumbling across my videos means you've got enough of an appreciation for early survival horror to justify taking a chance with a free demo on Steam. And who knows, maybe this is exactly the kind of push you need to discover your new favorite genre. I mean, I personally know that's possible because it's exactly what happened to me. I used to hate mystery dungeon games, but then I tried Squaresoft's Chocobo Dungeon on the PS1 just because I was so familiar with the Final Fantasy branding, and well, here we are. At the moment, the demo for House of Necrosis only allows you to make it through 5 floors of the dungeon and 1 boss before you get kicked back to the title screen. But in an act of absolute sainthood, they also give you the option to head right back into the game, further grinding for money and new items. Which is precisely why I currently have several hours logged in a demo that can easily be beaten in like 30 minutes. Listen, I'm gonna beg you, please, if you have even the slightest interest in anything I've said or have shown on screen so far, do yourself a favor and check out this absolute gem. Now, if any of you guys need anything, you'll be able to find me over at its developer's Twitter feed, refreshing the page until either they release the full demo or I expire from a lack of eating and sleeping. Sanguine by Ryan Berg is a classic survival horror game that has a planned release date of late 2025. What we're looking at here is the demo for the game, but going by its Steam page, I think it's more of an alpha, which is to say it's certainly more than a proof of concept, but a little less than a traditional demo. Based on my experience, the game's developer has a lot of the groundwork finished for the really important foundational stuff like movement, an inventory system, combat, and game locations. But a lot of the smaller features that you would associate with a more polished title are either not finished yet or a little half-baked. But without giving away the hook of this section of the video, what is here shows a lot of promise and indicates to me that this guy can probably be relied on to deliver a really solid finished product. The demo starts out with a warning of the game's less than finished status and the possible existence of bugs or crashes, but I'm really happy to say that I ran into zero issues like that outside of small things like zombie grab animations getting interrupted for the attacker but not for my main character, which led to her seeming to be choked by an invisible man. After that, we get some audio of what sounds like a car crash along with some unforeseen force telling us to wake up. Then we're taken to a screen where we could theoretically select either the classic fixed perspective of the genre or the more modern over-the-shoulder one. And even if the RE4 option was selectable in this demo, I think we all know which one I'd be going with regardless. So then we get to hop into the actual game, which sees our character Chris with a K coming out of the wreckage we heard from the start. After reading through a few tutorial messages informing us of stuff like tank controls and the map, we come across one of those diners that always seem to dot small highways and mountain towns. Only instead of down-home cooking and tired truckers, Chris comes across dead bodies and a few signs that shit has most definitely gone down here. Once we get a hold of the keys to the diner's front door, one of the corpses in the parking lot has his gooch just violated by this slug, which seems to reanimate his dead body and gives him these cool-looking glowing eyes. Robbing all of us of the masculine need to engage in combat with a supernatural monster, a police officer says he'll draw this thing away so Chris can get to safety, which she takes advantage of. And in terms of story, there's not much more than that. Essentially, there's some kind of a research group or pharmaceutical company in the town, and they've done precisely what those kind of organizations are best known for in popular media. Outside of that, there seems to be a local conspiracy type who saw this all coming.
You hear the helicopters? I hear them. I hear them every day. I don't know what you're listening to. Wake up.
We can get in touch with that guy via a walkie-talkie, but from start to finish, all we get is the basic pieces of a vague setup, which I definitely won't complain about because I'm really liking what's on offer so far. It's got a nice early 90s horror flick kind of thing going on, and I'm vibing with it. However, getting to the important stuff, Sanguine has got a very classic survival horror set of tools to work with. Nice amounts of backtracking across a ruined, monster-infested environment, tank controls, classic combat, item hunting, and puzzle solving. In regards to that first point, I'm really liking this town as a setting. These sections near the highway feel pretty true to life, and the crashed cars and resulting destruction makes for a convincing, reanimated corpse outbreak scenario. In more mechanical terms, there's a nice variety of places to explore for a small demo, and you're given pretty interesting routes and roadblocks to deal with. This taste of the planned finished product gives us a knife, pistol, and shotgun to keep the hordes of slug-piloted corpses at bay, and with the exception of an awkward wind-up animation for the knife, this is exactly what I'd want out of combat in an indie survival horror game. There's definitely a level of polish missing, but we're looking at a very solid starting point for sure. The puzzle solving and progression, on the other hand, is where I ran into the most issues. Like you might expect from one of these games, Sanguine leads you down a relatively well-manufactured path dotted with locked doors, strange adventure game logic puzzles, and keys to find. Except it also relies on a lot of event flags that I don't think follow an understandable thread of logic. For example, at one point, the only way to progress is to go up to a door, see that it can't be opened, run around the entire environment looking for something else, and then come back to see that that door's been opened for you. Now, this is definitely something you can find in other titles in the genre, but usually it doesn't halt progression, or if it does, you're given clues that'll lead you back to where the flag is. I found that there were plenty of moments like this where you sort of have to guess what the developer might have been thinking when working on the game, as opposed to using the game world itself as your main source for clues. On that same level, I ran into a really annoying issue that kept me playing the demo much longer than it should normally take to get to the end. See, I had come across this painting, which is great because I can remember an empty spot on the diner's wall that looked like a painting was missing. So I go back to that spot and hit the action button and nothing. Then I try using the painting from my inventory and I can't. Now I know what the Resident Evil pilled members of the audience are thinking, and yes, I did examine it in the inventory looking for clues, but once again, nothing. Only when I had exhausted all possible options and explored every area in the demo did I try examining it for the 30th time and find out that only the analog stick can move objects when you're examining them. Now this may sound like a small thing, but it's something I've noticed in a lot of survival horror games worked on by independent developers. If you're going to let me use the D-pad for movement and inventory navigation, I don't think it's unreasonable for me to assume that I can do other direction-based actions with that same D-pad. Like I said before though, this is sort of in an alpha state, so you do have to expect or maybe excuse things like this. If anything, more than a critique, I think a video like mine might act as a nice playtest for the developer. That being said, like I also already mentioned, I think the guts of an awesome survival horror game is here on full display. You might have to dig through a little bit of jank and some less than finished ideas to get to it, but it's there. On that same note, I think Ryan has a very cool look cultivated for Sanguine. At first, I wasn't necessarily on board with the more, I guess, cartoony look to the 3D graphics, but I did eventually come around. And I think the colored lighting and recognizable but almost alien environments are a big reason for that. Also, these slug zombies look really cool with their shadow-obscured faces and glowing eyes, but that sort of leads me into Sanguine's biggest graphical issue, one that I'm pretty sure everybody's already noticed. This game is way too dark for its own good. I mean, listen, I like a nice spooky room with only a single flickering fluorescent light hanging overhead as much as the next guy, but if I'm wearing a headlamp in a pitch black room and I still can't see anything, we may have an issue. A little bit later in the demo, I also noticed that the flashlight doesn't actually shine on every surface, so there are places in the game where it's effectively useless. I think if the developer adds a bit of light bounce back on the character models so she can be seen and a little more effective illumination on the environment, this problem would probably be solved. Like I already talked about, this effect works great on the monsters' faces, so I don't want to lose that, but I'd also like to be able to tell if there's a door in the room I'm in or like where I am in said room. Outside of that, I really appreciate that 4:3 aspect ratios are selectable in the options, but they just crop the normal 16:9 screen format, cutting off important stuff like text and obscuring parts of the environment. So if you forced me to make a choice, I'd probably pick widescreen and the ability to see stuff.
Fat chance, lady. There's only one way out of this show.
All in all, I'd say Sanguine's demo is actually a really great look at what could be. This Ryan guy is very obviously heading in the right direction, and I think a lot of my complaints can be explained away with the sort of alpha state of the project. I'm really hoping this thing gets the time in the oven it needs because its music, atmosphere, survival horror gameplay, and look is very much my jam. With a nice layer of polish and a few tightened screws here or there, Sanguine would be punching way above its class, so let's hope that's exactly what it gets. Good luck, Ryan Berg, and I think I speak for everyone who loves this genre when I say, we're all pulling for you.
I gotta admit, this place has all the makings of a horror movie. Seriously, what kind of a guy calls a place Rockwood? Sounds like the name of a lousy punk band.
Flesh Made Fear by Tainted Pack is a really interesting survival horror title with a bit of an 80s slasher kind of atmosphere, and right off the bat, I was struck with the impression that this is a much more complete feeling experience than a lot of the demos we usually cover in this video series. It's kind of hard to explain verbally, but when it's in your hands, you can tell it's a vertical slice of something that's already pretty close to the finish line. I mean, we've got this really snazzy looking intro and all the characters have voice acted lines. Sure, it's not the best you're ever gonna hear in the medium.
I don't know, Cat. I mean, we're good. This is Ripper Guy. He's not just another bad guy. He's a ghost wrapped in crazy.
But there's a pretty clear level of polish here before we even get into the actual game. Speaking of which, we start off with some backstory of this doctor who apparently wasn't satisfied after working on MKUltra, so he started experimenting on turning people into brainwashed slaves to create the perfect soldier. And after failing to reach that goal, the guy figures, well, he's never really going to understand that process until he experiences it himself. Which, I mean, you know, it's not the worst line of reasoning I've ever seen in a game like this. Now, would it make more scientific sense to work on a really efficient bomb or something? Yes, but would that make a better plot for a horror game? No, not at all. Anyways, Doc Ripper over here, great name by the way, obviously has gone over the deep end, so he sets out into the world, continuing his research, leaving a trail of missing people and brainless zombies in his wake. So the government calls in the wildly awesome sounding RIP squad to see what's going on. After the team finds the bridge into the equally cool sounding Rotwood is impassable, Jack and his partner Natalie are sent out to lower it. Which, I think I don't really need to say this, but obviously that's going to require a bit of survival horror exploration, puzzle solving, and key hunting. After the two end up getting separated, the new plan is for Jack to continue on to the bridge controls while Natalie heads back to regroup with the rest of the team. On the way, we come across both environmental and regular old plain storytelling that lets us know Doc Ripper has set up shop in this town, and it didn't take too long after that for things to start turning very Romero-esque.
What the?
Now with the small town's population worth of zombies on his heels, Jack makes it to the bridge controls, only to find his squad mates missing, a massive clawed creature on the loose, and a barricade preventing him from proceeding any further. Now this is small town America, so obviously the guy's able to easily get his hands on the components necessary for a high explosive device, and he clears the tunnel into town where the demo ends on Jack carefully heading in while he's watched by what I can only assume is the good doctor. Overall, a great little setup for what's shaping up to be a nice late 80s, early 90s kind of schlocky horror movie story. Of course, you can have all the great storytelling in the world, but at the end of the day, this is a survival horror game and not a walking simulator, so it's the gameplay that really matters, and on that front, I'm very much picking up what this demo is throwing down. Movement is handled with tank controls as is dictated by international law, and the general layout is satisfyingly Resident Evil inspired. The area you need to explore in this little taste of the game is actually sort of big, and you're definitely going to need to backtrack through it a few times after getting your hands on the necessary keys and items. In terms of puzzles, I didn't exactly come across anything too challenging, mostly just your average find X item to use on Y object type of deal, which, to be fair, is usually the kind of adventure game approach that I enjoy. Although the option to avoid encounters with Rotwood's shambling dead body population is always going to be available, you're going to have to fight every so often, and when you do, fans of the genre are going to be right at home. I will say though, Flesh Made Fear adds on the typical survival horror combat style by making melee way more of a viable option. Essentially, if you're not facing more than 2 or 3 zombies, you can almost solely rely on Jack's stylish, dual machete-based kung fu. Although I did notice that sometimes it's possible to knock an enemy into a wall, which will make it so you can't hit them, but they're still able to hit you. Not exactly the kind of bug that ruins a game, but annoying nonetheless. And speaking of which, it would be kind of nice if the zombies didn't take quite so many shots to put down. I mean, you're given enough ammo to drop just about everything you come across in the demo, so it's not a resource thing. But it just feels kind of weird to need to dump upwards of 8 bullets into a single baseline starting enemy. And I'll admit, this next one is sort of a non-issue, but I want to mention it anyways. Fear Made Flesh works great when you're using a controller, but just like a few other games in the genre I played recently, the developer seems to have segmented certain control features between the D-pad and analog stick as if the former was going to be the less used option between the two. I'm not really sure if this is just a common oversight with indie developers or if, without my knowledge, the D-pad has cultivated some sort of a bad reputation, but this issue seems to pop up a lot when I make these videos. When you go to aim your weapon, it's possible to move your reticle around, but only when you're using the analog stick and not the D-pad. Now in the game's defense, the auto-aim does work really well, so it's not like this gets in the way a lot, but when there's multiple targets and you want to focus on just one of them, it is kind of lame needing to take your thumb off the D-pad to use the analog stick when they serve essentially the same purpose. Which I guess brings up an important question for you guys watching. Are all of you using a thumbstick for tank controls? Like, is it just me that prefers the D-pad? Because that's totally possible. I really want to know. Heading more in a purely positive direction, I really enjoyed this game's soundtrack. It's filled with creepy, synthy melodies that fortify its classic 80s horror movie aesthetic. And you know, now that we're talking about stuff that's really great, this game looks amazing. Its visual style, or maybe more its visual inspiration, sits somewhere in the middle of Sony's first and second generation game consoles, which I thought was a really cool looking approach. By my eye, the environments, characters, and overall 3D geometry resembles something that the PS2 could believably be pumping out, but the color limitations and low-res textures might make you believe they came from the 32-bit PS1 era. It's a great little mashup of graphical styles that draws on a few different types of nostalgia. There's also a nice looking faux CRT filter over top of everything that gives a nice bit of crunchy, old analog texture to the visuals, and while I'm typically not a fan of these kind of filters, I've been starting to like them more and more lately. In most cases, I prefer to have the ability to turn these things off when they're included, but here with this game, I think it might look a little flat without it. The only issue is these kinds of small details and grain constantly moving around the screen tend to really mess with YouTube's specific video compression, so hopefully zooming in real far will give you guys a good idea of what's going on. I was really happy to see that Flesh Made Fear has a nice variety of enemy character models, and I also got a kick out of all the 2D sprite-based assets in the inventory and menus. All that being said though, I did have a few graphics-related issues. For example, I like the included subtitles and I can appreciate the aesthetic of having them draw on screen like they're being typed out, but this can really get in the way of fluid gameplay when you go to examine something in the environment. I mean, it works fine for short 3 or 4 word sentences, but for anything longer than that, I felt like I was just sitting there forever waiting for the rest of the text to appear. I think it's a fine feature for cutscenes, but maybe during gameplay, having the text appear all at once would be a little more convenient and user-friendly. And continuing down that good idea, flawed execution sort of path, I really like that your flashlight can cast shadows. I just think maybe the player's character model should be omitted from that process. This very well could just be a me thing, but I did sort of find the constant long stretching shadows of my own hands in the distance to be a little distracting while running around, and the same thing goes for the dialogue scenes, although the effect wasn't quite so bad there. All in all, Flesh Made Fear has me really excited for its eventual full release. Tainted Pact seems to have a very polished, old-school survival horror game on their hands, and they're clearly aiming it right at my specific tastes. It's got itself a great setting, an eerie atmosphere, awesome soundtrack, and this might sound a little dumb, but I just kind of love seeing these new entries in the genre include honest-to-goodness zombies as enemies. I mean, what can I say? I saw my first zombie movie as a preteen, and I sort of stopped developing emotionally and conceptually from that day. You might be looking at me and thinking, there must be something going through this guy's mind, but in reality, it's just a 24/7 loop of Tom Savini's remake of Night of the Living Dead just going non-stop.
More of them? What the hell happened to those people?
Okay, so how's this for an elevator pitch? The keyboard-based spin-off Typing of the Dead meets Resident Evil. I was first introduced to Outerbrain Studios' Blood Typers thanks to a viewer DMing me on Twitter, and at first the concept understandably put me off. But after playing it, I'm way more on board now than I would have originally imagined. Now before we get into it, a disclaimer. Despite needing to type out like 30 to 40 pages a month in video scripts, I am notoriously bad at this. I never learned how to type properly, and to this day, I still need to look at my keyboard while I'm doing it. So I wasn't really able to get the full enjoyment out of this title that I can tell should be accessible. Essentially, I kept getting to a certain point, and when tougher monsters started getting close, I wasn't able to fend them off or run away fast enough because I kept needing to look from my screen to my keyboard and vice versa. That being said, for a guy that's almost disabled when it comes to this game's core mechanic, I was really surprised at how well it worked for me. So if you haven't noticed yet, the general rule here is that nearly every single in-game action is pulled off by typing something. Moving, picking up or using items, attacking, opening doors, operating puzzles. Just about the only things that you have direct, non-typing based control over is looking at your map and turning your view, which is handled by the left and right shift keys. From what I can tell by trailers and people streaming the game, there seems to be a big focus on multiplayer, almost Resident Evil Outbreak-esque hijinks, which honestly looks really fun. That being the case, when you start a game, it might feel a little less survival horror and a lot more online multiplayer action, but that being said, when you actually load into the game's single scenario, things do feel pretty authentic to the genre. In a really interesting move, your path to the mansion is dotted with exposition that you need to actually type out to move forward, and once you get in, there are items to collect, keys to look for, and exploration that needs doing. Eventually, you're going to make your way to a computer terminal and you'll have to type out what's on screen, which is when it turns into some sort of a biomechanical monster and transports you to a nightmare version of the environment that I think has a different layout but definitely has monsters roaming around. To engage in combat, you'll need to hit the tab key, which sort of acts like holding the shoulder button in a survival horror game, readying your weapon. Then if an enemy's near you, you'll need to type out the words that appear above its head to successfully attack it. And I was really surprised at how well this works. I mean, I was having a really good time beating on zombies here. Like I was saying earlier, I did need to always look at both the screen to see the required words and my keyboard to type them out, so I wasn't able to dominate or anything, but I did well enough to be able to see what makes this game so fun. After I hit a wall with the gameplay, I headed over to YouTube to see what the multiplayer's like, and it really does seem like a blast, with mechanics that support it really well. For example, when you're typing out the long passages required to interact with the computers, you're basically defenseless, so having a crew of people backing you up would probably make for a nicely tense situation. And again, there is some semblance of survival horror gameplay to be found here too, so there's really a lot to be excited over. Now, since I currently reside in an old folks home and thus cannot type at all, I can't really extract the fun out of this game that I think most other people would be able to, but I can see that it is there. So if you're even okay at mashing keys on a keyboard, I think this would make for a really good time, especially if you get some friends together. Plus, at the time of writing this script, Blood Typers is only like $10 on Steam, and there is always the free demo if you're not completely sold. I mean, I know I certainly wasn't when I was first introduced to the idea, but it is a really fun concept, and if I ever get off of my lazy ass and figure out how to type, this is definitely going to be the first thing I use to test my newfound abilities. And then my final plan to transition over to a custom mechanical keyboard review channel will be nearly complete. Alright, so a while back, I received a Twitter DM from the official Game Grumps account, and the person who sent it was offering access to a game they had apparently developed, which was a wild feeling. I mean, I'm a really small channel in the grand scheme of things, and it's not exactly common for a multi-million follower account to just message my small ass out of the blue. But, you know, then I started thinking about it, which drove me to the obvious conclusion. Either they were hacked, or this was some sort of scam, or maybe some combination of the two. So I just kind of went on with my day. Well, that was June of last year, and while going through my DMs recently to find a link I was sent by a thumbnail artist, I found that DM again and actually looked into it. Well, it turns out not only does Game Grumps actually have a game development arm and did develop the title in question, but they also follow me. So big apology to the person I just sort of assumed was a bot, and in a better late than never sort of scenario, here's a look at Homebody, a hybrid survival horror game that I was sent to review nearly a year ago, which to be fair is about on par with my channel's content schedule anyways. The game starts out with our main character Emily having some sort of a wild-ass dream. It doesn't last very long, but when she comes to, it turns out that she was on the way to spend some time with her friends and had become so freaked out at the idea that she needed to pull over and calm herself down a bit. Through this interaction with her friend Laura and the rest of the game's story events, we learn that Emily suffers from a really debilitating form of social anxiety, something that affects her so deeply that the concept of spending a few nights with her best friends in a big house seems like a potential nightmare to her. And I'm gonna level with you guys. This may have been very early on in the experience, but I was not liking too much of where I thought the game was going at this point. Now, for a bit of context, I've always been a huge supporter of the whole walking simulator thing. I mean, sure, I don't like every one of them that comes out, but I think there's genuine value in a game that serves mostly as a quasi-interactive narrative experience. And I bring this up because Homebody was giving me the beginning of a walking simulator sort of vibes, and while I do enjoy the odd entry in the genre, that's just not what I prepared myself to play that night. I want you to go ahead and keep that little factoid in your pocket for later. Alright, so getting back into the matter at hand, as Emily wills herself to get on with the trip, she finally approaches the Airbnb that her and her friends had booked, and when she shows up, we get to see a nice little sneak preview of the dynamic here. While most of her friends are happy to see her, there's a bit of an uneasy atmosphere floating in the air, and you can't really blame all of it on the person with the anxiety disorder. After this little front porch meeting, I was given control over Emily, which I immediately took that chance to walk around the house and get to know the group. And beyond the dialogue with her friends giving me some insight, the one thing that made its presence well known during this period was a permeating atmosphere that felt equal parts cozy and foreboding. Throughout the house, there was no background music being played, just the ambiance of the environment. The creaking floorboards, the noise of an 8-bit video game being played on an old CRT, and the sound of curtains flowing in the breeze. Honestly, it's kind of amazing how well the developers tapped into the feeling of being in an old, sort of scary, sort of inviting, unfamiliar house. Getting back to the story though, remember when I told you to keep in mind how I thought things were going in the direction of a narrative-only walking simulator? Well, as I explored and got to know Emily's friend group, the power goes out. And I'm sitting here thinking, okay, I could see this at some point becoming a horror story. But then as I walked around in the pitch black house trying to figure out how I could get the power back on, this happens. No cutscene, no fanfare, some deranged guy in a creepy-ass costume just casually walks in the room and stabs both of us to death. It all happened so fast, I didn't have time to think, otherwise I probably could have gotten away instead of just standing there in awe of the whole situation. Now, it's important that I mention that up to this point, there was absolutely no indication that anything like this was even remotely on the table. I mean, I was getting the slight hint of some vague sense of negativity, but the entire intro of the game does this amazing job of misdirecting all of that towards Emily and her anxiety issues. And stay strapped in because from here, things only continue to get more strange. After dying a bloody death, we're transported right back to the moment Emily first entered the house, and I immediately went to the woman I had just watched get carved up with the intent of asking her, what the hell's going on around here? So I tried, making some inquiries to that effect, but every time I chose one as an option, Emily would just say something else, something unrelated to the massacre that had just taken place. And the same thing happens with everyone else. I can talk their ears off about anything as long as it isn't related to a cloaked serial killer ripping all of them apart less than 10 minutes ago. And right about here is when I perked up in my seat a bit. The misdirection at the start, the introduction of a clock tower-esque psycho killer, and then Emily's inability to communicate the situation she's stuck in. You could definitely say that I was good and strapped in by this point, but things were only going to get more surreal. After trying to figure out what all of this was about, once again, the crazy guy in black started cutting his way through Emily's friend group, and after he did the same thing to her, we wake right back up at the same point again. And this is when I started to think, okay, I'm figuring things out. We're obviously operating under some sort of Groundhog's Day rules. which means the events of this night are going to keep looping, and we as Emily are doomed to relive them, each time getting just a little closer to something resembling an explanation. And as I continued to get stabbed, I would come across these events just before coming to back at the house. At first, it was being visited by another member of the friend group that was supposed to be on his way, and then sometimes it would be strange dream sequences or a bit of backstory into Emily's relationship with her friends. Then at one point, we get hit with this memory of Emily being confronted by the guy who actually owns the house while she's on her way driving to it. It's a wild ride sifting through all these fractured bits of info, trying to decide what's relevant, what's true, and what's a dream. Now, in full disclosure, I haven't beaten this game yet, so I may not be in the best position to start making guesses as to where it's actually headed, but even so, I can say that Homebody's story is mind-blowingly interesting. Like I already said, at first, this thing had me preparing to be underwhelmed, but then it sucker punches me with some of the most compelling mystery content I could have possibly imagined. I'm not going to spoil anything more than I already have because I do want you guys to check this game out, but eventually things take even crazier turns as concepts like eternal life and even more supernatural elements begin to be introduced. It's a hell of a trip. Now, from the story I just described, I could see the average viewer scratching their head as to how any of this could play into the survival horror genre. And let me assure you, this game has no issues answering that question from nearly the first moment you're able to actually control your character. From those very first moments, as I took Emily on a walking tour of the house, I ran into quite a few jury-rigged mechanical devices, electric locks, and tons of what are obviously puzzle pieces. Which is actually an apt term, as the entire house turned out to be one giant survival horror adventure game puzzle box. As a bit of an example, I came across a clue in one room that led me to a torn piece of paper in another, pointing at a specific page in a book somewhere else that got me into a room in the basement. It's essentially the kind of puzzle-solving gameplay that we've come to love from this genre, but banging on all cylinders. Since you're locked in a loop, some actions aren't going to be possible until a specific time, and part of progressing is getting so familiar with that loop and discovering so much that you gain access to rooms and devices that'll let you skip past some of those elements. It's honestly a really cool system that utilizes every single room in the house. Which, since we're on the subject, this place doesn't exactly start out as the most sizable location the genre's ever seen before. You might have access to like 4 or 5 rooms and 2 of them are locked, but as you progress further, you start to uncover a genuine labyrinth of new areas, and it takes some serious sleuthing to get to that point. Without a doubt, these are some of the more challenging puzzles I've ever come up against in this genre. The game was constantly forcing me to get familiar with every examinable object in the place, and when I felt stuck, I found often that it was helpful just talking to Emily's friends and seeing what they thought. And barring that, sometimes in between loops, this guy will just come out and offer up a hint. It's a really interesting take on the genre's classic style of exploration and puzzle solving, and before you gain access to some of the areas that'll let you skip steps, it creates this really cool gameplay loop where you're optimizing your actions and trying to get things done before the killer shows up. At one point, I just so happened to be in this room and looking through this peephole at just the right time when I found out that the serial killer actually takes a secret elevator into the house. As you experience the night's events over and over, you'll come across a bunch of little moments like this just by pure chance, and the introduction of a single new thing into your world of repeated motions feels like solving 10 puzzles at once in terms of satisfaction. As I'm sure you can tell by now, the game's going for a widescreen, retro sort of look. To my eye, it seems to be targeting something approaching the Dreamcast capabilities with its relatively high geometry 3D models and dither pattern. And I'd like to think that most of you guys by now know me well enough to understand that's typically all it takes to get into my heart. But to sweeten the deal, Homebody also keeps its retro look consistent when it comes to things like text and menu elements. You really have no idea how much I hate seeing these realistically low-poly retro aesthetic games using smooth, modern-looking fonts and 2D assets, so hats off to the team for getting that right. I've gotta say though, the game is doing something I really don't like with its animations. I'm assuming they're going for a look reminiscent of that one CG animated Spider-Man movie with this very low FPS sort of effect to its animations. My GPU's reporting it as running at 60 FPS, but it looks more to me like something around 15 or 20. Now I get that beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and I'm sure there's someone out there watching right now who likes this, but personally, I really can't stand it. I did eventually get to a point where the animation stopped registering as something jittery or being wrong with my graphics settings, but even then they managed to get in the way. In fact, just about the only complaint I have regarding Homebody's gameplay, outside of this puzzle being way too damn hard to solve, is that the weird emulated low frame rate effect seems to cause a sort of lag in the controls. It felt to me like pressing a different direction while running took a noticeable amount of time to register, and when you're using tank controls, that can make accurate movement really hard. Actually, it sort of feels on par with how a game would handle if it was running at such a severely low frame rate. Now on the plus side, because of the game's looping nature, you're not necessarily punished for dying, so not being able to get away from the killer isn't going to do much more than cause you to repeat a few actions. But it's not like that fact keeps the game's controls from feeling laggy and sort of unresponsive. But hey, you know, only one downside in one of my videos is pretty damn good all things considered. Homebody really surprised me. I mean, I didn't know what to expect at first, but even after the rug had been pulled out from under me, it kept inventing new, lower levels for me to fall to. It takes your average survival horror tool set and puts it into a really interesting box. And I know what you're thinking, another non-combat horror game that Jared actually enjoys? Believe me, I'm just as shocked as you are. And just in case you're wondering if my positive outlook has anything to do with this game coming from a giant YouTube channel like the Game Grumps, well, I'm gonna level with you. I don't think I've ever watched a single video from them in my life. In fact, I don't really like the whole Let's Play format in general. Besides, I waited so long to actually cover this game, I'm assuming any goodwill I may have had with the guy who runs their social media is long gone by now. But hey, regardless of who may have missed out on a potentially good connection in content creation, what we're left with here is a kick-ass hybrid of the survival horror genre. And let's be very honest here, the real draw, yet another modern game that uses dithering. For the right person watching, I don't have to say anything more than that. Cult of Blood from Dusty Box has been on my list for a while now. Of course, it using the word survival horror in its description piqued my ear, but after watching the trailer on its Steam page, I honestly didn't know what to think. I mean, it looked like there were a lot of gameplay elements that seemed like they would clash to me, and without stringing you guys along after playing it, I think this two-person development team might be onto something very interesting. Before we touch on that though, the demo starts out with two cops, Eero and Willie, arguing over paperwork. By the way, I'm just guessing on the pronunciation of that name. I've never met anybody from South America with that name, so I'm guessing the guy or guys that created this game are from Spain. Either way though, este es un nombre latino, creo. Let's hope I'm right or else I'm gonna sound pretty dumb for the remainder of this section. Anyways, after a bit of arguing, some terrified person runs into the place yelling about vampires, so this guy with the incredibly powerful mustache orders Eero to drive him to where the supposed vampires are. And when we get there, obviously there aren't any vampires, so we go on our way. Only plot twist, there are vampires and now we have to fight them. And double plot twist, this guy right here is in cahoots with them.
You gotta be fucking kidding me! He got away with this whole time, you bastards! You've been hoodwinked!
So after we eventually get knocked out, the guys in the masks have our lovable cop protagonist in some sort of a ritual until they get shot up with arrows by this woman who for some reason can rescue Eero and tell him where he can meet her again but can't just accompany him to that place. I don't know why, that bothered me for some reason. Well anyways, we head over to her cabin, but the bridge leading to it breaks, so we do a little fetch quest for this guy who has the body and the beard every man dreams of. Except once we get him the red vial that he asks for, this happens. So we head on over to the cabin Robin Hood told us about, and oh my god. Okay, so when I wrote this script, I had a joke in mind where I would spell Robin Hood with a Y, like a girl's name Robin, but I have no idea how I thought you guys would be able to see that in the video. I mean, I can't say that verbally. You guys get where I was going with that. Okay, so now that we met up with our savior, she introduces us to this woman who gives us the backstory on what's going on here. Apparently, at some point, this group came to the village offering vast riches to anyone who chose to worship their goddess, and the people living there were a fiscally minded bunch, so they said sure. Eventually, the goddess offered everybody a drink, and at first it was the best thing ever. The townspeople felt alive and energetic, but eventually it came to become an addiction. Everyone grew to depend on this drink, and I'm not sure how this follows that, but then the goddess was like, you guys need to start making sacrifices to me. And furthermore, I'm gonna turn your strongest warriors into my underlings, and they're gonna force you into indentured servitude. So then it turns out that she wasn't exactly a goddess yet, but was close enough to start the process. All she needed was 4 guardians, and she already had acquired 3, leaving the 4th, which for some reason is Edo. The old lady explains it's because she needed someone untouched by her magic, but if that's the case, what was this then? Regardless though, our protagonist seems to understand that he's in a video game, so now it's time for him to hunt down the other 3 guardians and cut their heads off to keep her from attaining godhood. Now we do have to keep in mind that this is being developed by 2 people, and they've clearly put a lot of work into this thing, which takes a lot of skill and talent that I definitely don't have. But that being said, this isn't exactly the best story I've ever heard before. If my theory of these 2 being Latino ends up panning out, maybe there's a bit of value lost in the translation, but as it is, this certainly isn't the type of story I'd personally go for. On the plus side though, Cult of Blood is doing some much more impressive stuff in terms of its gameplay. At the start of the demo, I was really stoked to see proper tank controls driven movement and a fixed perspective. Classic stuff, right? But after the game introduced me to its combat, things started going in a really wild direction. Alright, so the idea here is for Edo to always be facing off with a group of bad guys, and the system they chose for the combat is something I don't think I've ever seen before. Hitting the left trigger draws your weapon and locks you onto the nearest opponent. If you're using a melee weapon, it's a fairly action game sort of system where you dodge incoming attacks with a dash move, and when there's an opening, deliver a few hits of your own. And honestly, it's really fun. Your dodge move doesn't give you a lot of iframes to work with, so you'll have to get pretty good at reading your foe's attacks, which admittedly took me a while to get used to. But when things in Cult of Blood start flowing, it feels surprisingly tight. When you've got a firearm equipped though, things start to get real weird. It's basically the same setup, only you also have to use the right analog stick to control a little reticle that floats near your target. This thing right here decides whether or not your shots are going to land, and I found the combination of dodging attacks, aiming at the enemy, and controlling a separate crosshair to ensure your shots hit the right target to be a really fun combination. I mean, it might sound a bit simplistic, but in practice it makes for this awesomely tense combat experience. I'll admit I never really got good at this mechanic, but that didn't stop me from having a blast trying to get that way. Now it does need to be said that there really aren't too many elements of survival horror to be found here. You do have the fixed perspectives and controls from the genre, but at least in this demo there aren't any puzzles to solve, a very brief bit of backtracking, no inventory management, and things are much more linear than most fans of these games might like. That being said, if you look up the term survival horror on Google right now, you'll find 3 online co-op titles, 2 narrative-driven walking simulators, a platformer, and The Last of Us. So if we're going to get pedantic, I think we should start from the top down. It seems to me that Cult of Blood is using a sort of proto-survival horror package to deliver its uniquely fun combat system, and I would say there's nothing wrong with that. Plus, I had a blast playing it. So until one of you guys start your own channel centered around an obscure subgenre from the PS1 era that no one cares about, this is how it is.
There once was an old sow with 3 little pigs. She had not enough to keep them. She sent them out to seek their fortune.
Just as I was wrapping up the script for this video, I was contacted by a developer on Twitter who offered me a look at their survival horror game, The Third Pig, which to be honest, I was looking for an excuse to put off doing a voiceover for a few more minutes anyways, so I said sure I'd take a look. and after trying it out, I'm actually really impressed. Now, to put a little context to that, it is going to be a free game, so I imagine it didn't have a sizable budget, and that's good because it only took me about 20 minutes to beat. On top of that, I'm getting the impression that it might be the first or one of the first projects they've ever finished and put up on Steam. With all that in mind, though, I feel like this person may have some genuine talent here. This thing's got a short but sweet story concerning the three little pigs, but in this version, the wolf is kind of like a hired assassin. Oh, and the woodsman and the eponymous Little Red Riding Hood play a role too. And speaking of which, shout out to Eurothug4000, a really great content creator who lent their voice to the project. The general idea is that the huntsman wants you dead, but the wolf wants to work for his meal, so they've survival horrorized the pig's house and they want him to try his best to get out of it. While you're doing that, the wolf is patrolling around, and the only way I found to duck him was to jump in the outhouse for a bit, which always seems to break his pursuit. Which, might be a lesson we can take with us into the real world. If there's a person out there who's trying to eat you, maybe they won't want to anymore if your entire being is covered in the smell of shit. Now, like I've said about 10 trillion times, I am no fan of non-combat, persistent stalker type of games, but for this short slice of the genre, it works well enough. I mean, I'm fairly certain combat would have made the game orders of magnitude more challenging to work on. I will say, movement does feel a little too fast and the camera's a little too zoomed in most of the time, so running can actually be a bit of a hindrance until you've memorized the layout of the house. But getting items, using them on the environment, and exploring, it all works the way you'd want it to in one of these games. What I'm trying to say is, there's some real promise on display here. Most of the systems that make the genre tick outside of the combat are implemented in some rudimentary way, and more than anything, I just like the idea of a survival horror game set in the Three Little Pigs narrative universe. I also thought the look of the game was particularly well handled. The black and white world with only the items being colored was a nice touch, and I always enjoy low-res textures in these throwback aesthetic titles. It never fails to remind me of running console games on PC emulators as a teenager and seeing their assets at way higher resolutions than they were supposed to be. Like I said before, it's a free game and it looks like it'll be coming out soon. It may not be a polished survival horror classic, but I put it in this video because I think it's totally possible that we see Pop's Arcade on this channel again at some point. So here's hoping he keeps grinding away at game development and maybe one day gives us the next survival horror milestone.
It's a long story.
As you might imagine, for a guy who cultivates such a massive list of modern survival horror titles, a sizable portion of my days are spent scouring the internet for brand new additions. That being the case, it's not very often that a new high-quality project manages to fly under my radar. But when a viewer and mainstay here on the channel, Guardian Beardweiser, sent me a Twitter DM pointing me towards SSR Wives by Hen Studios, I could not have been less informed. I'm not really sure why, but this one just completely missed me, and after doing a bit of research for this video, that seems even crazier because it's shown up in places like Vice, Famitsu, and Yahoo News. But hey, it's better late than never, and I am really glad I was finally alerted to its presence because this is one hell of a demo. Right from the very start, SSR Wives, The Murder of My Winter Crush, sets itself apart from a lot of the projects that get featured on this channel by having a baffling amount of style and a very strict adherence to a consistent visual aesthetic. You can tell it's inspired by that specific fork of Japanese Gothic Lolita fashion where girls combine the competing elements of cute innocence with dark colors and an almost heavy metal or punk rock inspired hard edge. I think the best way I can describe the overall visual design here is something akin to the loud style of the modern Persona games, but fed through the filter of a flyer for your local hardcore show. Getting to the game itself though, we've got literally everything you'd want from a survival horror title. Tank controls, holding a shoulder button to aim your weapon, puzzles, door transitions, exploration, and limited inventory space. I mean, it's so damn perfect that I half expected to get to the end of this thing and find my name in the credits somehow. At the start of the demo, you're stuck in a small room that acts as a tutorial filled with the kind of stuff that players new to the genre are definitely going to need to know about. Here we find out that there is an option to not use tank controls, and I just want to let everybody know that I will be made aware of every single person who uses it. I mean, listen, that's not a threat, I'm just saying. I will know who you are. Really though, this small room is a great showcase area. It's tiny, impossible to get lost in, and contains just about every gameplay element that you're going to come across as the demo continues. Once you're out of the starting room, you're just plopped into this weird-ass apartment complex, and I hope you aren't expecting to have anything explained because you're not going to even be getting a whiff of what's going on here. Which is totally fine. I mean, there's nothing wrong with cultivating an air of mystery. And besides, if the visuals are any indication, I'm gonna assume whatever story the final game does offer is gonna be pure insanity. As we continue down these dilapidated hallways, it becomes more and more obvious that this game is targeting the Silent Hill side of the survival horror spectrum, at least on a surface level. The camera specifically is very reminiscent of SH1 in the way that it follows the player without letting them actively control it. There are spots where it'll be fixed in place, and you can expect the perspective and positioning of it to change from area to area as well, so it feels really dynamic. Honestly, it's incredibly stylish and works really well in my experience. There were a few spots where I ended up having to sort of inch forward so that a nearby enemy could be visible, but that is kind of common in this genre, and I don't think it's going to be something that's going to bother someone enough to count as a downside, especially when the trade-off is such a slick-looking camera. Speaking of enemies, SSRW uses some classic survival horror combat. The demo gives you access to a few different melee weapons, and things work basically exactly how you're thinking they would right now. You hold down the shoulder button to aim and use the action button for attacks. In a cool addition, you can pull off combos with well-timed strikes, and since most of the creatures you come up against in this demo at least are super low to the ground, your aim state is constant even after you let the shoulder button go. So basically, when you aim downwards and finish an enemy off, you can move on to the next threat, and when you press the button back in again, you'll be looking at the same height that you were before. A nice little touch that I thought was going to bother me at first, but ended up saving me a lot of time. From the puzzles on offer in this vertical slice, I can't exactly say they're the most complex or deep examples of survival horror hurdles that I've ever seen before, but they are what I would call perfectly appropriate. They might be a tad simplistic, but I would say they sit comfortably in the perfectly fine territory. In fact, I feel like a lot in this demo might be tuned a little more towards user-friendliness and away from the kind of tough difficulty that a lot of survival horror fans may be used to, which, to be clear, isn't a negative in and of itself, especially if there's some sort of a hard mode that can be selected in the final release. Now, one of the many areas where this demo sets itself apart from the average fare that comes across my desk is that it's got one hell of a robust and polished soundtrack right out of the gate. I mean, usually I can count on maybe 2 or 3 songs being included in one of these preview builds, but SSR Wives has tons of music to listen to here, and it's all insanely good. The style is sort of all over the place, but the constants are nice and dark piano licks, shred-adjacent technical guitar work, and pitch-shifted melodies that give that sort of off sound when something feels like it should be following an expected chord or note progression, but it's just a tad higher or lower pitched, making for an almost creepy feeling in the back of your mind. And the demo's nice enough to give you a sound test option, so you can listen to these bangers whenever you want. I really didn't know how much I was missing this kind of functionality until I had it. I mean, usually if a game's soundtrack isn't available somewhere online, I end up having to record footage of the main menu or a part of the game with no sound effects to get music for these video parts. But this sound test makes things a whole lot easier for me. And as a side note, I really appreciate the homage to the Deftones with this My Own Winter track. And to round out this section, let's go ahead and point out the obvious. This is one damn fine looking game. Now I'm fully aware that the low poly PS1 type of aesthetic is getting played out for a lot of people, and I can understand why, but personally, I'm nowhere near done with it, especially if this is the kind of quality that we can expect moving forward. This demo has lots of great particle effects, an awesome use of dithering, and low-resolution textures that feel pitch perfect for the style that they're targeting. And you know, on that same note, I was surprised to see a fairly robust amount of control over the image here. Now, it's not like what you'd find in a AAA game with individual controls for things like AA, filtering, draw distance, and stuff like that, but this single option set gives you a lot to work with. It has selectors for very low, medium, high, and ultra options, and each one makes a noticeable change to everything from texture resolution to geometry complexity. Now personally, I found the ultra setting to be a little too detail-rich, to the point where there's an almost speckled look to the screen, so I chose to keep things on medium, which has the image looking perfect in my opinion. On top of that though, you can go to the cheats terminal in the first room and change graphics presets, and you know damn well I'm a huge fan of them including both a PS2 and PS1 option. In terms of downsides, I really only had two, one being incredibly minor and the other not so much. Starting off with the small fry, I was really bothered by the fact that my mouse cursor would show up in the middle of my screen every time I brought up the inventory or interacted with something. Like I said, it's a small problem, but I hate that the developers spend all this time creating such a rock-solid visual environment and it all gets ruined by the stock Windows mouse arrow just sitting front and center every once in a while. And to end on what could potentially be a very negative note, I actually wasn't able to finish this demo because once I made it to this section here, I encountered a hard crash to desktop. And you know, at first, with the sort of image that this game gives off, I had assumed this was a purposeful thing that was done to mess with my head or something, but I don't think that's the case. Now, fortunately, by that point, I had already seen more than enough to assure that I was fully hyped on playing SSR Wives regardless, so it didn't really bother me to end things right there, but I can't pretend it didn't have me at least a little worried about something similar happening in the finished product. However, outside of that single blemish, this was one of the most welcome surprises I've had since I started this series. SSR Wives has shown me that it's got what it takes to step into the ring with some of the absolute best that the indie survival horror community has to offer, and I could not be more serious when I say that all of you need to try this demo out.
Taking in the scenery, Sergeant. You're not a very talkative one, are you?
Alright, so you guys want to talk coincidence? How about this? The day that I heard about the game Jungle Rot from a Twitter DM, I was wearing a Jungle Rot shirt. Not from the game, obviously, but the band. Because if there's anything better than 90s death metal, it's 90s death metal mixed with sludge. And of course, I was going to talk about the game regardless for what should be obvious reasons, but I think this little bit of happenstance made sure that it would be a memorable portion of the video for me. So if at all possible, while playing the game Jungle Rot, maybe also listen to the album Skin the Living from the band Jungle Rot for the full experience. Anyway, moving on to things that actually matter. Jungle Rot is a demo for an as-of-yet-unreleased project developed by the duo Vex and Dong Lachozo, aiming for the real core of the term Resident Evil clone. And what I mean by that is that it sticks hard to both the feature set and the limitations that you would find in the first Resident Evil title, which, if you ask me, is a pretty damn good place to be. And before we move on to any specifics, I really do have to highlight this aspect of the demo. It is eerily accurate to that early PS1 era Resident Evil formula. I mean, just from looking at the footage, you should be getting at least a portion of what I mean, but when the game is actually in your hands, it's almost uncanny how close it gets to the feeling of playing an old survival horror game on a retro CD-based console. And you gotta keep in mind, not only have I played nearly 100 games trying to pull off that same trick, but the titles surrounding this one here in this video are some of the cream of the crop in those terms. So for me to be saying those words right now, believe me, it carries some real weight. Getting on with the demo though, once you start it up, you are immediately slapped in the face with a sign that these developers are not fucking around when you lay your eyes on not only a pre-rendered CG cutscene, but one with FMV elements in it. I mean, talk about making sure the player knows what's up from the first few seconds. The content of this cutscene lays out the basic story here. It's the 1970s, and the US has sent some elite unit called Reaper into the Vietnam conflict with a bioweapon designed to level the playing field. Because when you're getting your whole entire ass beaten by a loosely organized group of militias who weren't armed particularly well, you kind of have to start fighting dirty. Well, on the way to accomplish that goal, the choppers transporting this toxin were shot down, which spreads it a little further than intended, revealing exactly what kind of a weapon these guys were transporting.
Hey, Sullivan. Is that you? Oh, God.
We play as the only surviving member of Reaper, John Crackhorn, a sergeant with 3 things on him: a 1911, a machete, and one hell of a will to live. After this brief intro, you're not really going to get much more story out of the demo, which is a shame. But to be honest, I'm not sure there's much else you could say. You're behind enemy lines, trapped between a hostile force and an army of the living dead with the intent of getting out. Pretty succinct tale, all things considered. And that's actually good because that means we can move on to how this game plays, which is an incredibly positive subject. Like I already said, everything that you could find in the first entry of Capcom's Spooky Mansion survival game can be found here for the most part. Tank controls, survival horror combat, backtracking, exploration, item-based puzzles, door transitions, pre-rendered 2D backgrounds, and a nice amount of secret items hidden all over the place. Honestly, just about the only things that are missing are a limited inventory and a map, the latter being a little more detrimental than the former. I mean, don't get me wrong, these are some awesome environments to explore, but when navigating a Viet Cong tunnel system, which is by its very nature confusing and obtusely designed, maybe it'd be nice to be able to remember where the damn room with the statue is. As for the inventory, it may appear at first that you only have 9 item slots, but as you fill past that point, it'll start to scroll down, so you're not going to have to worry about running out of room, at least in this demo anyway. In regards to everything else, one thought that kept coming to me as I played this demo was how I didn't need to be shown any sort of "this is how you play" screen or a tutorial. This thing sticks so damn close to the classic survival horror playbook that me and probably most of the people watching right now could just pick up a controller and be intuitively playing the game at the highest skill level from the very first screen. It was actually kind of cool that I was attempting everything that would come naturally to me when playing a game like this, and all of it just sort of worked exactly like I would expect. Searching seemingly empty spots for hidden resources, quick turning, dodging zombies, it all just works the right way, which is to say the way that it worked in a 90s survival horror game. Especially that last part, because the movement of both my character and the zombies felt so familiar on a mechanical level to their RE1 counterparts, I found it surprisingly easy to narrowly escape grabs and long-range puke attacks while delivering melee strikes with a machete in order to conserve resources. It's honestly really impressive to see how well these two managed to recreate a gameplay style that may seem a little simplistic by today's standards, but is complex and recognizable enough that plenty of others before them have tried and failed at it. That being said, there are a few additions here in Jungle Rot to help it stand apart about as much as it really can given the situation. One of my favorites was the addition of certain zombies whose heads would come off and gain mobility after death, kind of like that one scene from The Thing. As far as I know, there's no real way to tell which one is going to do this after they die, but once you do put them down, keeping an eye out for the ones who start shaking violently will give you just enough of a heads up to avoid taking unnecessary damage. A lesson that I regrettably only learned in the last few minutes of the demo. I also really like the environmental hazards in the form of flesh-eating piranhas in the water and explosive barrels to help deal with groups. Really though, I think the star of the show here is the setting.
Hey, don't come any closer.
You guys might have already guessed this given the content that I make, but I am a massive fan of zombie media. And that being the case, I often sit around thinking about what would be the best place to set a game or a movie in. And no joke, my top 3 locations every time are some Siberian gulag, 1800s London, and the jungles of Vietnam circa 1970. It's just a perfect place to set the events of something like an Outbreak of the Undead, where the protagonist could be believably in the real world, but still not be able to come across huge population centers that might ruin the small scope of your average zombie story. So in my eyes, being able to explore this dense tropical wilderness just fits the format of this kind of game almost too perfectly. I mean, the closed-in nature of the jungle means you have plenty of believable roadblocks that would gate progression, and the addition of the underground tunnel systems that communist forces operated out of makes for the absolute pinnacle of survival horror crisscrossing based exploration. And besides that, it's kind of hard not to fall into the gory, terrifying atmosphere when you're surrounded by the bodies of POWs housed in bamboo cages and the results of this toxin on both the friendly and enemy forces around you. It's honestly a match made in heaven for the type of game these guys made, and I truly could not have enjoyed this demo anymore if I tried. In the spirit of fairness, I did have a few complaints though. Sometimes when I would ready my weapon, I wouldn't be able to change my aim up or down until I let go of the right shoulder button and pressed it down again, which was pretty annoying when dealing with the spider heads. And on a sort of related note, if you are going to have auto-aim in your game, it would be nice if it actually happened automatically. As it currently works, you need to aim your weapon and then hit the X button so that Sergeant Crackhorn will aim at the closest target. I mean, I know it's a relatively small request to make of the player, but like I've already said, so much of this game works on that Resident Evil muscle memory. I found that it took my brain an extra second or so to remember, oh yeah, I've got to hit another button too. But on the plus side, I did find out that you can reload your weapon while running or walking, so I don't know, I might call things pretty well balanced on that front. Oh, and big shout out for the developers including a pixelation option. In reality, it's just a sharp. Fuck. Okay, let's try that again. In reality, this is just a sharpness slider, and I found the 40 to 50% range to be the best combination of crusty looking, appropriate visuals and positive viewability. But the real reason I wanted to point this out is because these guys let you push things all the way to 100, which is absolutely key for those of you that want to have that I just rubbed bleach in my eyes and decided to play a PS1 game on a broken CRT with an RF connection type of experience. Look, the final thought I want to leave you guys with is that Jungle Rot is pure, condensed, crystallized RE-style survival horror, and it's pulled off to such a competent degree that it almost baffles me. Please download this demo and wishlist it on Steam. If there's anything that I need in this world, it is truly a finished version of this amazingly promising game out on the market.
This is Victim Alpha from Sector 9. We found something. You better see this.
One of the best parts about working on these videos is that they often have a way of getting me out of my comfort zone. because sometimes I end up playing a game that I might not have otherwise, and I think that's the case with Whisper Mountain Outbreak. Now, to be fair, I have been following its development on Twitter for a while now, but I don't know, I'm just not an online multiplayer kind of guy. However, I still wanted to keep an eye on it just in case, and when I thought this video could use a little more content, I finally decided to try out its demo on Steam, and to say I was pleasantly surprised would be one hell of an understatement. Now, starting out, I will say that there is a story to be found here. I was able to come across a few documents talking about a mining operation, some kind of an artifact, and a fog that's enveloped the entire town at the foot of this mountain. All that being said, I can guarantee you that the story is not the game's main focus. What is can actually be found in the last part of its name. Yeah, it's essentially 2D Resident Evil Outbreak, and yes, I realize that's a very lofty claim. And while what we're looking at right now is not a finished product yet, I'm seeing a hell of a lot of signs that it very well could live up to that kind of a pedigree. The general idea is that you're one of a small group of survivors in this town, and the team that was meant to mop up this mess is down to this guy right here who got himself hurt saving you. He says that the small apocalypse happening here in the city is dangerously close to leaking out, so guess who just got drafted into helping? I'll give you a hint, it's the 2D sprite in the room that can walk around without the use of a cane. After you've gone through the basic rundown, you can pick a class, which is a combination of buffs and debuffs that affects everything from your run speed to the amount of items that you can hold. After that, go ahead and explore your little home base. Here you can arrange your inventory, change the way that you look, and craft upgrades. However, most of this stuff is not going to do you much good before going out on your first mission. So you'll want to head to the map in the middle of the room and decide which dangerous, barely survivable operation you'll want to attempt. After the cool-looking SWAT van drops you off at the location, you'll have some sort of a major goal to accomplish, like retrieving vital data discovered by a previous team or something along those lines. The levels that you have to work through are surprisingly dense, and instead of beelining straight to your goal, you can explore a bit for some extra resources and the potential of unlocking a few more direct paths back to the van, which is going to do you a whole lot of good once you get that mission-critical package in your hands. See, at any point during this mission, you stand the risk of staring down the business end of an incoming infected horde, but once you've picked up the objective, you have to suffer through one that just never ends. And along with the swarms of humanoid enemies, you get this massively creepy crawling guy who you can theoretically kill. You're just gonna need to survive his attacks long enough to prove it, which isn't exactly common. Before getting to this point though, you'll get to do a whole bunch of survival horror progression, finding key items and solving puzzles that'll allow you to backtrack to a previous room where you can now open up some kind of an alternative pathway. Most areas have a tendency of looping back on themselves, which can make things both more and less convenient. Because on one end, once you've opened up enough of these, you now have some sort of a viable exit plan no matter where you are in the map. But also this makes navigating a little more complex, as it's totally possible that you could end up running in circles while trying to get away from a horde. I found it to be beneficial to take a little breather just before picking up the objective and trying your best to map out some sort of a strategy, because getting that map open once the horde starts pouring in, it's just not an option. Speaking of which, in terms of combat, you have a few different choices. There's melee strikes that could be charged for more efficacy, but that's going to take a little bit of skill with timing and spacing. Of course, guns are also on the table, and like any good survival horror title, ammo isn't exactly in an abundant supply. So unless your back is up against the wall, it's probably a good idea to try and limit the amount of times that you open up on an enemy. You've also got throwables, which I ended up mapping to the middle mouse button, so I didn't have to take a finger off a direction while running to use them, but I guess that button also activates the chat wheel. So throughout my time with the game, I had the pleasure of both throwing grenades and taunting the enemy by asking them for more ammo at the same time. At the end of the day, your main goal is going to be to get back to the van with the objective in tow and make it back to home base so that you can use the resources you've gained on the mission to craft things like more ammo, better weapons, or most importantly, more item space. because that limited inventory is going to be a wall you'll slam into several times per playthrough, which is honestly great. I mean, it adds a sense of panic and strategy to each mission. Like, sure, having more than one healing item is nice, but is it worth not picking up a shotgun? And really, the correct answer to that question is going to change minute by minute, so it's honestly pretty great that discarded items stick around on the map. I'll admit, at one point, I kind of felt like a genius for lining up a breadcrumb-like trail of resources all the way back to the van, so I had some sort of a makeshift waypoint system. Look, the point I'm trying to get across here is that the gameplay is just great. I truly did not expect to get into this one as much as I did, but there was one thing I was missing. See, much like its spiritual inspiration, Whisper Mountain Outbreak was made first and foremost with multiplayer in mind, and I had captured a lot of my footage just playing the game solo. So I decided to get a game going with my wife and a friend who was staying with us at the time, and the results were genuinely amazing. I mean, we had an absolute blast, but I'm gonna be real with you. That's not the online experience that I remember the most. During one of my capture sessions, I left my game open to anyone who wanted to join, and while I was getting ready at the safe house, in walked what sounded like a really young Russian kid. It was obvious that he only knew a few words in English, which was much more impressive than the 0 that I knew in Russian, but despite our language barrier, we set off to the hospital. Having a partner around to help thin the herd made combat a little less slow-paced, which was nice, and since he seemed to already understand the game, we could go off on our own and meet back up once one of us had grabbed some key item or figured out a puzzle. Yeah, it seemed like me and my newfound Russian friend were well on our way to success, until a random horde rushed us. We did our best to fight off the massive infected, but eventually we got split up. And every time I lay my head down at night, I can still hear my Slavic partner's final words to me. Sadly, after that one mission, my wife got home from school and it was time for us to go eat, so I had to say goodbye to my little Russian buddy. Here's hoping somewhere out there, XMK is still playing this game and lighting up other people's hearts the way that he did mine. And really, if I had to guess, I would say that random tale of friendship and adversity was exactly what Whisper Mountain Outbreak's developers were going for with the design of this game. I mean, it's almost down to the atom scientifically tuned for a night filled with good buds, a lot of screaming over Discord, and a hell of a great time. The fact that you don't have to pay anything to be able to jump into this demo with a few friends and could be having the time of your lives right off the bat is flat out astounding, and that's exactly what I recommend you do. Alright, so I don't think there's any reason to bury the lead here. You guys know me and you can see what's on screen right now. I don't think there's anyone in the audience with doubts about whether or not I'm going to have a lot of positive things to say about Spina Studios' PS1 era survival horror throwback, Phase 0. And just in case there are, I am currently in the process of getting my marriage annulled in the hopes that this game will want to settle down and make me the happiest man alive. Phase 0 starts out, like any good zombie movie, with next to no details. We wake up in Flint Peaks Hospital, surrounded by walking cadavers, and the only way to escape is through an open window. After shimmying our way across to a less terrible situation, our main character happens upon a police officer caught in the loving embrace of the living dead. And since it seems like he's not going to need it too much anymore, we grab his pump-action shotgun and proceed to try our best to make it out of this hellhole. Along the way, there are a few bits of, not exactly story, but breadcrumbs that may at some point lead to one. For example, we never really find out what caused the zombie outbreak, but if you keep an eye out, you'll find a few hints. And to the demo's credit, they reveal just the right amount of potential narrative. First is a news article about patients at this hospital waking up from comas and being seemingly cured of previously incurable conditions. Then there's some sort of account of a local crypt being opened for the first time, and as our main character moves further beneath the hospital, he comes across evidence that there may have been a bit of off-the-books experimentation going on there. Outside of that, there is another living character we get to interact with. This guy in the hazmat suit says that he's stuck in the basement, but he wants to meet us near the exit. And to be fair, our protagonist is a man of his word. He meets him at the exit. He just doesn't do a whole lot outside of that.
You can't just leave me here.
And that's about all we get, but I will say what's on display here is more than enough to get me salivating for a much larger serving when the full game releases. More than the story though, it's the gameplay that really has me losing my mind. Now, to explain what makes this game so interesting to me, we kind of need to talk about the indie survival horror scene in general. See, with these new retro titles, it's fairly common for a developer to just target an aesthetic or maybe some surface level gameplay meant to draw on nostalgia. And to be crystal clear, that's not a bad thing. It's actually really great having access to titles that look like a retro video game but include the kind of amenities that come with modern advancements in gameplay or mechanics. But Phase Zero belongs to a very small group that sticks so close to the restraints of the platform being emulated that a person could very easily be tricked into thinking they were actually playing some unreleased late 90s PS1 title. The blocky 3D models, pre-rendered backgrounds that actually look like they're poorly compressed, Vagrant Story-style 2D face textures, the 4x3 video output, and most importantly, the type of gameplay that just nails the way that these old titles moved and felt. It's all bafflingly accurate, and you really have to commend a modern developer that can achieve this level of preciseness. Now, to be totally honest with you, I really don't think I have what it takes to give a verbal description of what makes Phase Zero controls so much like a PS1 game, but I'm confident anyone who gets their hands on this demo is going to see exactly what I mean. This thing just has that it factor, the right combination of physics, animation, movement, and internal systems that hits the target so damn well it is truly easy to forget you're playing a modern release. To pin things down on a more specific level, although I feel like I've listed all these things several times in this video, we basically have everything you'd want to see. Tank controls, limited resources, and even more limited inventory to hold them, backtracking enforced by key item-based puzzle solving, and the cherry on top, classic survival horror combat. You're only going to be able to get your hands on a shotgun in this demo, but it feels great and has a seemingly random chance to remove a zombie's head from existence. Instead of being able to control your gun's vertical aim like in a Resident Evil title, Phase Zero allows for actual movement while you're aiming, and that feels really good. Actually, when I first started the demo up, I wasn't aware of this, and I kept taking what felt like pretty cheap hits, but then I figured out I could just back up while I was shooting, and the whole situation changed on a dime. Although I will say it's not like things became easy after that. The Flint Peaks Hospital is made up of some claustrophobia-inducing hallways, and the zombies in this game aren't shy of magnetizing to your body when they're getting a little hungry. For a bit of balance, the save rooms contain a first aid bag that'll heal all your wounds seemingly without limit. And, you know, now that I think about it, I should probably find a better word for these rooms because you can't actually save in this demo. In terms of the game's graphics, well, I mean, just look at your screen right now. They are nothing short of perfection. The character models are nice and detailed despite their blockiness, and the level of geometry seems to be on par with what you might find in a later PS1 game like Resident Evil 3. Like I already mentioned, the faces are made up of really simplistic geometry with very detailed low-res 2D textures, and the effect is honestly amazing. I'd say what's better than that, though, is the developer's nearly psychotic level of attention to detail. I mean, nearly every single thing you would expect to see in a PS1 game can be found here in one way or another. Affine texture warping, Z-fighting at the edges of jointed 3D models, a 4x3 image, and of course the piece de resistance, immaculate 2D pre-rendered backgrounds. These things are an absolute visual feast in every way possible. I mean, not only are they incredibly detailed and well made, but they also include an effect that mimics the kind of compression that 2D non-sprited images would need to fit on a CD. To give them that extra bit of late PS1 development flair, there's a lot of flourishes like ticking clocks or slow-moving ceiling fans. You know, just a bit extra to make sure, even though the backgrounds may be static in nature, they're still dynamic in feel. And for good measure, while editing this video, I noticed there's also a few vertical lines of distortion on the far left edge of the screen, which was common to find in games from the 90s, as developers expected at least a bit of the image's edge to be cut off by a CRT's overscan. Now, this is a relatively short demo, so I can't really go on the type of long rant that I would like to on account of a lack of unique footage to put on screen, but I did want to mention a few little details that I thought were interesting. And first up is the well-appreciated homage to Blink-182's Enema of the State, although I will be docking some points for not using Dude Ranch instead, which I think we can all agree was the better album. Anyone with a different opinion, feel free to leave a comment down below, followed by the hashtag I'm a big dumb idiot who's wrong about everything and I stink and no one likes me. Now this was actually kind of cool. So Nvidia's Shadowplay, which is what I use to capture footage for PC games, is nice enough to put all of its recordings into a per game folder, and it labels those folders based on the name that the app reports to Windows. Well, in this case, Phase Zero's internal exe name is BioCrisis. And listen, it's not like Phase Zero is not a cool sounding name, but BioCrisis is really dope. And this next one may be small, but I thought it was a great bit of attention to detail that walking around in the bathroom produces the kind of sounds that you would expect from bare skin hitting tile. And usually this would be the part where I'd complain about some sort of a downside I found while playing, but to be honest, I'm struggling to think of anything in Phase Zero that even slightly bothered me. I mean, it really is about as close to perfect as I could imagine. However, in the spirit of consistency, I'll say that I was able to notice what seems to be some kind of filtering going on with the picture. It's kind of hard to tell at a distance, but once you lean in a bit, you can see what seems like a very light CRT shadow mask effect. Now, it certainly doesn't look bad, but it does subtract from the picture's overall sharpness. So in the place of a complaint, I'd just like to make a humble request that any post-processing image filters have some sort of a toggle in the options when the full game comes out. And you know guys, I think we may have finally achieved peak modern indie survival horror. Now I know this is just a demo and things may change in the future, but it's kind of hard for me to imagine either this project not blowing me away on release or some other game coming along to dethrone it in terms of quality or retro accuracy. So drop whatever it is you're doing. Of course, it doesn't need to be said. Keep watching the video, but on a second tab, wishlist Phase Zero on Steam. This one is the real deal, the game that we've been waiting for. And trust me, you're not going to want to miss it. Now this one is important. Maybe not for this video, but to me specifically. Some of you may have not been around for this, but like I said in the intro, there was a time when my very public position was that classic survival horror was dead and rotting in the ground. And before you judge me, in my defense, I lived through the Xbox 360 era, a time when everything from Left 4 Dead and Fear to Alan Wake was being labeled as part of the genre, and I was just tired of hearing about how some upcoming game was going to go back to the roots of survival horror, only to find out it would be a first-person stealth title with no combat and crafting mechanics. I was a broken, battered man, and at no point in my wildest dreams did I ever imagine that today I'd be not only covering new entries in the genre, but so many of them that I wouldn't physically be able to keep up. Well, to make a long story short, it was my video on the first Tormented Souls in October of 2021 that showed me this situation was even possible. I had been jaded for so long, but that game opened my eyes to this whole modern survival horror revival, and it's why I'm doing what I'm doing today. So, as you might imagine, there's some emotional baggage that comes with playing the demo for its sequel. And on top of that, I really enjoyed the first one. So my expectations couldn't be higher going in, and I'll go ahead and let you guys know that Tormented Souls 2, it hasn't let me down. We start this thing off with an intro cutscene that I can't really explain very well without spoiling the last game's ending. And since I imagine there's at least some people watching who may want to play part 1 before diving into its sequel, we'll just leave all that stuff unsaid. The basic rundown is we're playing as Caroline, the original's protagonist, as she takes a train ride with her younger sister, Anna. The two are on their way to what you could call a mental health retreat for the younger sibling, since she's going into these unresponsive states where she draws these creepy-ass pictures. Later on in the demo, we find out that the things she draws often come to life, so the plan is to bring her to this convent because I guess they can help her in some sort of way. Not long after arriving though, Caroline not only finds out that this was a trap, but also shows a pretty worrying propensity for having terrible experiences that begin with her getting knocked out.
Please.
After waking up though, the real meat of the demo begins, and there is a lot to talk about here. Before that though, I really have to commend the game's developer Dual Effect for sticking so close to the original. Without going into a whole thing, it's not exactly common in games today that a follow-up stays right in line with the game that came before it, and it's really nice to see that same Tormented Souls formula that I really loved showing up here in the sequel in a more polished state. For example, Part 1 was really fond of puzzles that took place both in and outside of the inventory screen, and this has been transferred over perfectly. It's very much like a point-and-click adventure game in the sense that you'll be combining items together or looking over an object closely to find a spot where it can be interacted with. And on a more surface level, I was really stoked to see the return of the nail gun and the homemade pipe shotgun. I will say though, this sequel has one brand new element that feels like a generational improvement in terms of ease of use. In the first Tormented Souls, like a lot of survival horror games, resources are tight as a gnat's ass, and one of the only ways to take care of an enemy without completely running out of either healing items or ammo is to play smart. What you would want to do is take a few shots with a firearm, then wait for them to stagger or fall to the ground, then open your inventory and switch to a melee weapon so you can deliver the last few hits. And while this process was great for item conservation and, in my opinion, necessary for finishing the game, it wasn't exactly what I would call swift or seamless. Here in Part 2 though, you're given 4 quick slots mapped to the right analog stick, and it is wild how positive of an effect this has on the combat, especially for these gross spider leg guys. According to my best strategy, it's a good idea to start with a blast from the shotgun, then beat them while they're down, and after they've gotten back up, just a few shots from the nail gun. That means swapping weapons 3 times, and in the first game this would have been like a 10-minute affair for every encounter. Here in the sequel though, it's actually really fun. There's kind of a skill-based approach to it since pulling out a different weapon isn't instantaneous. So you're going to want to wait for the right opportunity to switch, and if you're a mental giant like me, just being able to get the right weapon on the first try instead of pulling out the lighter and remembering, oh yeah, I switched the nail gun to the left slot like 20 minutes ago, is a near Herculean task. In a more broad gameplay sense though, Tormented Souls is a survival horror fan's wet dream. Every single mechanic, system, and feature that you'd be expecting is present and accounted for. There's tank controls mapped to the D-pad for the adults in the room, and if you happen to frequent Weenie Hut Jr., don't worry, analog-based movement on the left stick.
What? Hating tank controls doesn't make me a weenie.
I'm sorry, sir, but my sensors indicate that you are indeed a weenie.
Exploration is basically the genre ideal, with lots of locked doors and even more obtuse puzzles. Because if you're not sawing off the frozen hand of a dead nun and putting it on the burner of a stove you just lit to melt it enough to grab the item it's holding, can you really say you're playing a survival horror game? The general movement feels almost perfectly tuned, not only for the environment you'll be moving around in, but also for what the game's going to want from you in terms of getting away from or closer to your enemies. Just about the only issue that I had was that it seemed like bad guys were given a hell of a lot of reach for their attacks, and that might have been an issue if they didn't also have very readable states where they won't be able to attack you. So if you're even just okay at pattern recognition, you'll probably be able to make up for this in all but the most close quarters of situations. The layout of this church, science lab, convent thing is really dense, and getting further and further into it is satisfying as all hell. The only thing I want to point out, just to save you guys a possible headache, be on the lookout for this cart near the kitchen. I'll admit I wasn't paying attention very well, but also the prompt to interact with its handle is precise enough that you can examine this area pretty thoroughly without actually seeing it come up. So don't make my mistake, and remember that everything that can be pushed or pulled will have these really easy to see yellow colored pipes on them. Really though, 95% of this demo is pure perfection as far as I'm concerned. The exploration felt both challenging and rewarding, the puzzles were top notch, minus the one where I had to look up what each type of chess piece looks like because who the hell has casual knowledge of that game at the ready? And the combat is amazingly fun with the addition of the quick slots. I mean, truly, this demo has shown me that these developers still have what it takes to create a masterwork in the genre. My only honest complaint comes in the form of the visuals, and even I can admit it is kinda petty.
This damn place can bring out the darkness in our hearts.
I imagine most of you are probably wondering what I could possibly be dissatisfied with. I mean, look at this thing, it's gorgeous. The 3D backgrounds are amazingly detailed, the camera has these killer static angles mixed in with parts where it follows the player, animations are a massive improvement over the first game, it's almost a complete win. Well, if you ever played that initial entry in the series or watched my video on it, you'll know there was a bit of a two-tiered system to the presentation. While the environments were pieces of genuine and honest art, the characters' faces and skin, by comparison, were a little cartoony looking. In my opinion, they were overly smooth and lacking in detail. It sort of looked like everybody was wearing a porcelain mask. And to the sequel's credit, it seems like there have been some genuine improvements on that front, but even considering the obvious leaps forward, I feel like a dick, but they still look bad, just in different ways. For example, the facial animations are definitely much better than the original, but sometimes it looks like Caroline has some sort of facial paralysis and she's unable to touch her lips together. Like, how do you say this many words in a row without ever once closing her mouth? And I'm not 100% sure if this next one is just me, but because her hair is always resting what seems like a few inches above her head, I can't shake the feeling that she's not just wearing a wig. Moving on from the animations, in the original game, I remember being blown away with how fluidly the cloth physics worked. Seeing Caroline's skirt bounce and move with her was honestly impressive in a way that I wouldn't expect from a lower budget game, and it really sucks that I can't say the same for part 2. And it's not like her skirt is static now, it just doesn't seem to have as many points of articulation, so it ends up looking like a geometrical object with collision applied and not a piece of cloth with physics. Now this next one is something I can't rightly blame on the developers because it's an issue with even AAA budget games made in Unreal 5, but the anti-aliasing options here are all kinds of messed up. I mean, MSAA is essentially unusable. Even when you crank it to its highest setting, the amount of jaggies on screen is roughly the same as if you turn the setting off altogether. I'm really not sure why Unreal 5 games are so damn overly sharp, but the combination of a title that flat out requires anti-aliasing and the best form of the tech essentially doing nothing, it's not great. I mean, I'm sorry, and I'm not trying to direct this at the game's developers once again, but this game looking like this with MSAA set to the max is flat out unacceptable. On the plus side though, there are 2 AA options that actually work. If you're looking to completely get rid of aliased edges, temporal anti-aliasing is your best bet. It may cause a slight drop in sharpness, but in this scenario, or I guess any scenario where you're playing an Unreal 5 game, I would actually argue that's a good thing. Like I said, almost every game in this engine is already way too sharp, to the point where it's tough to even look at them. But since Tormented Souls uses real-time 3D environments instead of pre-rendered backdrops, the decrease in sharpness A takes away any chance of you catching a crawling edge out of the corner of your eye, and B, the more smooth look makes it really easy to almost see these things as being pre-rendered 2D. Just to illustrate what I'm saying, here in this example, I think we can all agree that both options look amazing and are totally usable for anyone. But on the TAA side, the jackies on the chair and the microphone are almost non-existent. This might seem like an edge case, but trust me, as you run around when the light catches these shimmering edges, you're gonna notice them. So you might as well sacrifice a nearly imperceptible amount of sharpness for a smoother image that makes the backgrounds look sort of like they could be pre-rendered. And on a similar note, it's really strange to me that 3D renders of items are so pixelated, blurry, and choppy looking when the same assets in Part 1 seemed much smoother. I mean, really, it's not like the items here are so significantly better looking than the original that they needed some sort of resolution downgrade to keep the game from running well. I'm hoping this specific issue gets fixed in the finished version because it really did bother the hell out of me. Alright, so I can admit most of what I complained about there isn't going to matter to most people, but it's something I had to get off my chest. And really, if you came to this channel not expecting that, that's kind of on you. But besides a few issues that a very small minority would ever even notice, I'm confident in saying that Tormented Souls 2 is not only going to live up to the high standards of its predecessor, but in my opinion, it may significantly exceed them. The 4 hours I spent playing this thing were some of the most solid survival horror gaming I've done in a very long time, and honestly, the only thing I would say dulls its shine even a little is that it's showing up in a video that features several other games that are just as amazing. I mean, there was a time when you could say that us survival horror fans were eating well, but now that doesn't even begin to describe the situation we're in. Guys, we're getting obese off the smorgasbord of absolute gems being released, and honestly, my fat ass wouldn't have it any other way. Kriophobia is a very interesting survival horror title from Brazilian developer Fearasoft, and if I had to guess, what's going to make this one stand out for most people is this hand-drawn, comic book sort of aesthetic. If I'm being honest though, that's not really the case for me. I remember living through the GameCube era and having to accept that every third game released would be chasing this same cel-shaded sort of approach to graphics, and I don't know, I just kinda got burnt out on the whole thing. But don't confuse that for me saying there's not a lot to be impressed by here. I mean, the environments, items, and lighting are all really great, it's just the general art style that tends not to be my cup of tea personally. The demo starts out with our main character Anna stuck in this room with no way to leave, and after attacking this thing in the middle out of sheer process of elimination, she wakes up in the iced-over entrance to some Soviet-era military outpost. After gaining access, the signs are all around that some sort of supernatural force blew through this place like a hurricane, but we never really get a clue as to what that might be specifically. There are a few scattered personal accounts laying around, but none of them get into too much detail outside of the recent addition of some woman to this place's roster, which does sort of line up with the weird psychological shit that we're going to come across as we explore. And I would say that's the big keyword here. Kriophobia, despite having very real physical threats in the game, seems to be targeting a more psychological type of horror, which is always a big selling point for me. I mean, I'm just as creeped out by spooky-ass locations and cosmic horror-type monsters as the next guy, but you throw in a bit of questioning whether or not any of this is real, that's when you really lock me in. Moving on to the gameplay though, things are a little more complex than they may seem on the surface. I mean, just looking at the footage of the demo, it could be easy to assume it plays like any other retro survival horror game. But there's actually a pretty big selection of mechanics crisscrossing under the hood here, and I gotta say I'm a fan. First up, we have weapon durability, which I know is not the most exciting thing in the world, but trust me, Kriophobia has tweaked this system to make it a little more friendly to the type of person who'd want to play this kind of game. Because the same weapons that are necessary for attacking the 2 enemy types that show up in this demo can also be used to open up new ways forward and gain access to extra resources. So not only are you going to have to decide whether or not combat is worth risking potentially taking damage, but also missing out on some extra goods hidden behind a boarded up bathroom stall or a locker that's been taped shut. Which I would say is a great little spin on this sort of mechanic and a genius way to make it fit into a survival horror game. Continuing on, we've got a temperature system that'll have you seeking out better clothing and heat sources, since you are stuck inside what is essentially an ice cube with Soviet corpses in it. Now, I will admit that this mechanic doesn't really come into play very much in the demo, but I have to imagine the final game is going to lean on it a lot more heavily. Of course, you have yourself a limited inventory, which is always nice to see, but the limitedness of it is actually tied to what you're wearing at the moment. And I could see something like that playing out in a very cool risk versus reward kind of way. Like maybe you come across a piece of clothing that has lots of room for items but doesn't keep you quite as warm, or something along those lines. Once again, this isn't something that the demo relies heavily on, but I feel like the developers would almost have to actively try not to use something like this effectively in the final version of the game. I mean, it can be hard to predict the future with situations like this, but I would say the smart money is on the temperature and clothing systems that are just barely touched on here in the demo, playing a much larger role later on down the line. For combat, we have a pretty interesting change of pace, and at first it might sound really small, but I think it makes for a unique feel. See, attacking in Kriophobia doesn't require holding down some ready button. All you need to do is hit X or square depending on the controller, and you'll be swinging away with the best of them. Mixing in this seemingly minuscule tweak to the expected genre controls adds a bit more of a hasty feeling to the combat. It's certainly not a massive change, but responding to threats is just a little snappier than it normally would be in something like an old Resident Evil title, and to account for this, bad guys seem to have a proportionally speedy ability to let loose attacks. Adding to that, you're given a dodge move that'll let you dive or hop to any direction you're holding, and I gotta say, this feels pretty good too. At the risk of sounding like the most broken record on earth, there really aren't any scenarios in the demo that's gonna pressure you to use this mechanic very much, but once again, I can see it being very useful in the full game. I would say the exploration hits exactly on mark for what I enjoy so much about this genre, and I'm happy to report puzzles that require a bit of an investigative eye are very much represented here as well. And despite all of the jokes that I've made so far in this video, I actually like that the game gives you the option between tank controls and more modern third-person ones. Of course, you guys know which one I'm gonna choose every time, but there's nothing wrong with making a little room for people who don't jive so well with the old ways. I will warn you guys though, regardless of which control type you go with, I think Kriophobia is going to be best enjoyed on the toughest difficulty setting. After playing through this thing once on medium, I can say that a lot of the mechanics present just don't have proper room to shine on account of how easy it is. So if you really do want to get a feel for the unique approach to survival horror this game is looking to offer up, I think a little more challenge than the default setting is going to be necessary. And you know, I think that's about all I can say for this relatively short demo. It's showing an incredible amount of promise, and I really couldn't think of any negatives outside the fact that run is mapped to the right trigger and attack to the X button, which meant that it took me a pretty embarrassing amount of time to stop attacking when I meant to run away. Really though, Kriophobia seems to be shaping up into a genuine contender. The survival horror space right now is more crowded than it ever has been before, and I think this combination of old and new gameplay systems is exactly what's needed to offer up a very different experience without moving too far away from the roots of the genre. As a lot of you already know, I tend to have a pretty stringent list of criteria for whether or not a game counts as survival horror, and I am aware that there's a lot of people who disagree with me, which is fine. I mean, this channel's just here for me to get my opinions out there and not for the purposes of defining objective reality. However, there have been times when I've needed to bend my own rules. When a game hits every single mark on my list of requirements, minus one or two. And the Lunar Effect by Negative Entities is a perfect example of why I do that. I mean, look at this thing. We've got fixed camera angles, tank controls, backtracking-laden exploration, puzzle solving, and even more auxiliary stuff like a creepy mansion setting and PS1-inspired graphics with dithering. The only problem? Well, there's no combat. At all. At least not in this demo. Now, my position has always been that a survival horror game needs combat to be available as an option. It is perfectly fine if the player can choose to never engage with it, but its inclusion is important for the decision-making that goes into the genre. And you know, the game's developer doesn't even list survival horror in its Steam bio, so it's not like I'm trying to do them any favors here. But after playing this demo, I'm truly struggling to call it anything else. So as far as I'm concerned, it is a perfect entry on today's list. Getting to the actual meat of things, Lunar Effect's demo starts out with our protagonist, who I'm fairly certain is never actually named, waking up in a strange room. We have no idea how he got there, which puts us roughly in the same boat as him. So step one, we find a way out, and I don't think it's a stretch that I imagine most of you have already guessed that's going to require some form of puzzle solving. Once we figure out the word that opens up the lock on the grandfather clock, two things happen. One, we get the key that gets us out of this room, but two, a 30-minute countdown starts. Now I'm going to level with you, in both of my playthroughs I never actually got the timer to run out, but this being a demo I would assume you just get booted back to the title screen or something like that. On that note though, when I started up my second run of the game, I was kind of surprised to see that the solutions to some of the puzzles have been changed. And I think if you combine that with this demo's timer and the scorecard on the end screen, you've got yourself the kind of experience that's just begging people to speedrun it. Anyway, after getting out of the room that we were trapped in, we find out we're still trapped, but the surface area of the floor plan is increased a bit. The stairs leading down to the first floor of this very stereotypical yet very effectively creepy old mansion are in a state that we in the carpentry profession like to call a big pile of shit. So in order to get down to a potential exit, we're going to have to, all together now, solve some obtuse puzzles, which I really need to take a little time to compliment. I talk a lot on this channel about a nice middle ground between difficulty and respecting the player's time in regards to puzzle solving, and I feel like Lunar Effect is a great example of that balancing act. I did have to spend some time scratching my head at a few parts, but ultimately, I don't think anyone's going to need a guide to make their way through this demo. And that's good because it's not totally unreasonable to expect that most people are going to clear this thing with like 10 or 15 minutes left on the timer. So it's not the longest demo we've looked at today, probably the shortest, but I will say the short runtime makes for a nice density of puzzle solving and the subsequent little dopamine boosts that come with each solution. Basically, what I'm trying to say is there's a disproportionate amount of content here than the average clear time might suggest. Speaking of which, after you make it into the last room and get the power working for this dumbwaiter, some kind of a shadowy, twitchy entity barges in, and this marks the end of the experience. The Lunar Effect had me kind of surprised. After I'd worked out that I wouldn't be engaging in any combat, I was a little lukewarm on it, but the game won me over with a great emphasis on atmosphere and really interesting puzzle design. Plus, the results screen at the end let me know that I had missed out on some content, which actually got me to jump back in and beat it a second time. So if you have an open mind about a survival horror title that doesn't give you even the potential opportunity to blow a zombie's head off with a shotgun, I would say this one's going to give you a really amazing time.
What's that noise? And that smell?
Fragile Reflections from Spectra Team is a Japanese-inspired retro survival horror title that, to say the least, I have some mixed feelings on. The demo starts out with our main character Kario Ito reflecting on the inciting incident for this story. Basically, it has been a very long time since she's been back to the town where she was born, and things would probably stay that way if she hadn't have received a slightly cryptic phone call from a hospital saying that her father had had some sort of an accident and her presence was needed. So she's off to her birthplace, which we find out is one of Japan's many Genkai Shuraku, or a village that has experienced so much depopulation that it's essentially been lost or forgotten. There's actually a ton of these things here, and it is really sad seeing the forward march of time and changing economic conditions for such a cool part of rural Japanese culture into relative obscurity. So I think the idea of setting a video game inside of one of these disappearing villages is really killer on its face.
Looks like I'll have to find another way in.
Once she gets there, Kario finds the place completely empty, or at least it is as far as people go. There are a bunch of these weird creatures crawling around everywhere, but I don't think they're going to count in the next census report. And that's about the extent of the actual story we're going to squeeze out of this demo, which is fitting. I mean, the entire vibe of this game is shrouded in mystery, and in my eyes, the less info we get in the early parts of it, the better. So let's go ahead and move on to what I imagine a lot of you will have already realized looking at the footage of this game running. This thing is rough, like really, really rough. There are graphical errors just about everywhere you look, and despite the style of this game, I'm pretty sure they weren't intentional. Similarly, the animations, well, they look like this. It seems like a lot of the objects in the environment haven't had their boundaries set correctly, so it's actually kind of easy to get Kario up on top of things that I'm almost positive she's not supposed to be able to walk on. And the combat is such a mess of ambiguous movements and confusing animations that most of the time I have no idea who's being damaged and which one of us is attacking or which one's recoiling from taking a hit. But really, outside of all the specifics, I think most of you can just look at the footage here and tell that there is a nearly infinite amount of amateur mistakes being made on a by-second basis. So why am I slotting it into a video that has been, so far, kick-ass title after kick-ass title? Well, if there's one thing that Fragile Reflection gets right, and to be fair, it might be the only thing, it is setting up a very effective atmosphere of isolation, alienation, and dread. Through a combination of the analog damaged LCD grid filter, great use of odd colors, and just flat out good eye for making normal scenery feel uncanny and off-putting, this game manages to really put you in an uncomfortable place. Which in these kinds of titles, at least in my mind, can often be just as important, if not more so, than actually excelling at designing a functional video game. And on that note, while the design of things here may be very obviously amateur, I feel like the general layout of the gameplay is, I don't know, it's kind of okay. And I get that might be a hard concept to understand. I mean, to be honest, I'm kind of struggling with how to explain it, but here it goes. I think in a video game you have two elements that can be important in terms of gameplay. There's the code running underneath the surface, stuff like collision, physics, event flags, animations, all the stuff that's being executed in the background and affecting how you interact with the game. But you've also got a layer on top of that, which is basically the order in which things happen and the general flow of actions from event to event. And I would say that's where Fragile Reflection shows the most promise. Well, that and the visual atmosphere. I would say those two elements are where the developer has the most talent. And the reason I included a game in this list that I didn't necessarily have a lot of fun playing is because, while this one isn't exactly the kind of thing I could recommend everyone who watches this channel go out and play, I think maybe the next release from Spectra Team might be. Once again, it's kind of hard to explain, but when I play this demo, I just keep getting the feeling that it's a hair's breadth away from being something special. I think given enough time learning game design essentials and that same approach to story, visuals, and atmosphere, these guys can have a real contender on their hands. So here's hoping that happens. Personally, I'll be purchasing the full version of Fragile Reflection when it comes out. not necessarily because I'd like to play it, but more as an investment in a potential better game down the line.